There's only one show with enough energy to lift you out of your seat and into music history. Motown, the musical, is back on Broadway. It's more than a Broadway show. It's a celebration of music that transformed America. Motown, the musical, 18 weeks only. Performances begin July 12th. Watch me now. Hey.
When she was just a teenager, Martha Reeves sang professionally at nightclubs in her hometown of Detroit. It was there a Motown record executive asked her to come to work in his office. In 1961, Martha quit her full-time job at the Cleaners and came to Hitsville, USA, Motown. Soon, under the guidance of Motown's founder, Berry Gordy, she teamed up with the Vandellas, named after Detroit's Van Dyke Street and Martha's favorite singer, Della Reese. 2 years later, she had her first hit.
Lover, you gone from me and left behind so many memories.
For some reason, ever since I was 3 years old, I knew I had something to offer. And I knew that I had a place in show business, so I got right into the mix. I was asked to answer the phone, but I became the A&R secretary. And there were guys coming in and out the whole time I was there, fighting over this piano, writing songs, humming to themselves, asking, who are you? Asking who I am. And there was always a session being recorded because it was Berry Gordy's studio. It was his house. And so there was no regulation, no control of time, and there was music being made continuously.
Was there ever a time when you were working at Motown as a secretary that you were looking at these big stars and thinking, I'm never going to get out of this secretary job?
I knew that I could hold my own with any of the artists at Motown, so I never felt that I wasn't going to make it. It took 9 months for me to go from A&R secretary to my first bus tour.
And just singing well and performing well on stage wasn't enough for Berry Gordy, was it?
No. All of us have been trained. All of us have gone through a series of lessons and by people that he chose and hired and had on the payroll. We were just little girls who knew how to sing. We didn't know anything about show business. A lot of people are disillusioned today because they think they can just sing and go on stage and it works. And it's not the case. You have to know a lot about a lot of things. We had lessons every day. If we weren't in the studio or we weren't on the road, we were at the Motown studios in some office taking some kind of instruction. So I feel I'm cum laude graduate, magna cum laude graduate of the Motown University.
So back in the old days, when you're running the office there at Motown, little Stevie Wonder is, at that time, he's not even 10, right?
He was discovered playing organ in a church. He was directing an adult choir.
And what was he like in those days?
Very mischievous. He got into everything. Stevie could see things that we didn't see. And he'd play practical jokes all day long. I remember him putting one of the secretaries' hair out.
Pardon me?
One of the secretaries had gone to the bathroom and sprayed her hair, came back and lit a cigarette, and her hair ignited. A lot of women don't know that how lethal hairspray really is. And the person to put her hair out was Stevie Wonder. She started running in panic, and everybody was screaming and didn't know what to do, and Stevie ran and got a coat from somewhere, I don't know where it came from, and put the fire out.
Who else do you remember meeting at that time when you were a secretary?
Marvin Gaye was a drummer, a session drummer who wore a hat over his eyes and kept a pipe in his mouth and sunglasses, so you couldn't really tell how handsome he was. And he was called on sessions. Well, he was a singer when he got there, but no one knew because he was such an introvert. And he needed backup singers. So we recorded Stubborn Kind of Fella. The next time we were called in, we did Hitchhike and Pride and Joy. So we were the first girls at Motown to actually accompany Marvin Gaye.
What is this business about you providing human sound effects when you were working in the office at Motown?
Pride and Joy, we clapped all the way through that thing. If you listen to it, you hear these hand claps.
Yeah, those are your hands.
Those are our hands, yes. Actually, Marvin and the Vandellas at first.
Marvin and the Vandellas?
Before our record hit, yes.
I never knew that. Over the years, though, people really didn't get to know the Vandellas that well as individuals. Those names don't stick in our collective memories the way Martha Reeves does. How do you feel about that?
I feel good about it because there's been over 100 Vandellas, and I'm always looking for willing spirits.
Sweetheart, love you've gone from me and left behind so many memories.
That was the song that Barry declared, the Motown sound. The
Berry
sound
Gordy.
that he had been looking for, had been working for, had been drilling musicians and mixing in the studio. He finally found the sound that he was looking for.
And what was it about Come and Get These Memories that made Berry Gordy say, that's it, that's what I'm looking for?
He was a perfectionist. He wanted everything to be exactly how he thought it should be. And because of his taste and his ingenuity, we all came out winners.
Come and get your memories over. So my mind and my heart can be at it, honey. Yeah. Would you tell him what to do with him? Kiss him, do you do love? Tell him one more time. Yeah. So come on and get your memories over.
Heat Wave. That one actually was not recorded during a heat wave, was it?
No, but the newscaster in Los Angeles, Network News, announced a heat wave with our record and broke it nationwide for us.
Whenever I'm with him, something inside starts to burning, and I feel with these eyes. Could it be a devil in me, or is this the way love's supposed to be? It's like a heat wave.
Heat Wave was about 3 weeks old when it was released. Motown had finally found this machine that could put a record out in 3 weeks. The minute we recorded Heat Wave, it was on the air.
Calling out around the world, are you ready for a brand new beat?
Were you surprised at the reaction to Dancing in the Street?
Yes, because at first I didn't like it. Marvin didn't like it. So I'm wondering, why would they have me sing this?
Oh, well, you mean they wouldn't have given it to you if it was really,
If
really
Marvin-
good material?
If Marvin had liked it, he would have kept it for himself. He would have had the hit with it. But you never know. You go in the studio, you don't actually say in your mind, I'm going to record a million seller, but you pray that you do.
Calling out around the world, are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street. They're dancing in Chicago, down in New Orleans, in New York City. All we need is music.
It took the world by storm. It caused a lot of controversy. A lot of people thought it was something other than what the words were actually saying. But all it says is calling out around the world, are you ready for a brand new beat? Let's dance in the street, doesn't matter what you wear. That's what the song is all about, and you can't read anything into that.
A lot of people did talk about that as being some sort of new black anthem.
Yeah. That didn't say anything about blacks either, did it?
Nope.
Just said, come and party, and that's a universal thing.
Tell me about Nowhere to Run.
There's a gospel song called I Went to the Rock to Hide My Face. The rocks cried out, no hiding place, no hiding place, nowhere to run.
Running away with a great new hit called Nowhere to Run. Here come Martha and the Vandellas.
Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. It's hard love I'm running from. It's the heartbreak I know we've done. 'Cause I know you're no good for me. But you become a part of me. Everywhere I go, your face I see. Every step I take, you take with me. Yeah. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to Run was used a lot in Vietnam. And it was also played in Good Morning Vietnam. Robin Williams put it on the turntable and called our name out and played it in Good Morning Vietnam.
Well, here's a song coming your way right now. Nowhere to Run To by Martha and the Vandellas. Yes! Hey, you know what I mean. Too much?
And it's to let everybody know that a lot of the soldiers felt they had nowhere to run during that war. It was big during that particular time. Jimmy Mack was during the Vietnam War. We had to wait until the war calmed before it could be released. So that was the one that was kept in the can for 4 years. before they released it.
Why?
The war was a serious war, and Jimmy Mack is kind of lighthearted. It kind of like, mimics somebody marching straight 4-beat, and it was too lighthearted for the seriousness of the war.
Oh, Jimmy Mack, when are you coming back?
So in the heyday there of the 60s, you're out on the road, you're doing television shows, you're getting lessons, you have recording sessions.
Yes.
Did you have time for life?
Yes, I had time for life. I had time to get sort of messed up on drugs, too. And I took a little spill, but I'm a survivor.
Were you a victim of just a lot of success at a young age?
I was a victim of wanting to be in the in crowd.
And everybody was doing it.
That's what you do. That's how you get in the party. If you don't do that, you don't even get invited.
If you weren't as headstrong a woman as you were,
I would never have made it.
there are some who say you would have even gone further in Motown.
I haven't reached my peak, and I don't think I want to, because the only place that you go after you reach the top of the mountain is downhill. So there's always some newness. I've got some things that I really want to do. There's some things that I want to receive, some awards I want to receive, and I want to earn them. And I guess after 35 years, I'm in the right direction. And most of my dreams have come true. I got a few more, and I want to see those through before I leave this earth.
Next on 45s, the Rolling Stones, Bob Dylan, and Buddy Holly, all part of the story of Bobby V.
And right now, we'd like to talk to an old friend. We told you we'd bring Eddie Kendricks back. Eddie, are you around somewhere? Eddie Kendricks around anywhere? There he is. How about a round of applause for Eddie Kendricks? Come on. Hey, man. Thank you very much for coming out. I heard that you were up in the studio all night recording.
6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, really? So you haven't had very much sleep, have you?
None.
You like to record, man? Do you really dig it?
Oh, it's my life.
How do you like the studio setup while you're in the studio, man? You like it to be moody and kind of quiet, or what?
Well, it's best to be moody and quiet. All depends on like what song you're doing. If it's a love song, you prefer to be a little quiet.
You've been doing record, you know, you've been kind of recording for a pretty good while, haven't you?
Yeah, about 2 months.
But
Like back and forth to Detroit and then come back out here.
oh, you don't record in Los Angeles?
I am recording in Los Angeles. I don't record in Detroit no more.
Oh, I see. Hey, man, how is it? I know everybody's asked you this about 350 million times, but as everybody knows, Eddie was with the Temptations from the beginning. And what was the name of the Temptations before they were the Temptations?
Primes.
And the Supremes were in there somewhere too, weren't they?
Yeah, they were primettes.
That's strange, man. Did you have any special place you recorded or anything like that when you were just first starting? Did you get a practice room or just record in somebody's house?
Well, the first time we recorded was in the Motown studio, the little box they got back in Detroit. And when we rehearsed in the house and anywhere we could. The primettes and the primes.
That's why I know this feeling good and strong. Trying hours we seem to get along. I wanna testify you mean so much to me. Let me rectify, I mean it honestly. Life is strange, believe me, it is true. We don't always mean the things we sometimes do. Look at me, look at you, you know we're so in love. Baby, down, rest a while. You're moving my emotions. So in love. You don't have to worry. You have my devotion. This love affair is bigger than we two. Lose our faith and it will swallow you. Loving you is what I'll always feel. Never ever doing things against our will. Natural things never require any kind of test. You being you and I being me. You don't worry about the rest. And my heart is strong compassion got me so in love. So in love. I'll try to do the best that a man can do. So in love. The key to our success, to see each other through. So in love. So in love. Baby, down, rest a while. You're moving like emotions. So in love. So in love. So in love. I've been loving you too long to stop now.
Cleveland, Ohio, December 1967. Otis Redding and his touring band are en route to Wisconsin for the last gig of the weekend. They're going to travel by plane, despite a bad weather forecast.
My love is growing strong.
They told him not to fly. And Otis had not missed many gigs in his life. He always took pride in the fact that he never missed a gig unless it was absolutely necessary. His last comment before he got on that plane was, "I got to go make that dollar," which was the expression that he always used, "Got to make that dollar."
You man,
By 1967, Otis Redding was on top of the world. Years of struggle on the grueling small-town circuit had finally paid off.
Can't stop now.
He'd won a vast new army of fans across Europe, and he'd been embraced by the hippie love crowd at the Monterey Pop Festival. He was the king of soul.
Otis established what really could be defined as the very essence of soul music.
As our fair grows old, ooh, I'm loving you. Oh,
That essence was distilled at a Memphis recording studio called Stax, a refuge for black and white musicians in the bitterly divided South.
It was like an oasis in the desert. It put together black musicians, white musicians, black business people, white business people, for a common purpose.
In a corner of America where blacks were still expected to know their place, common purpose was a dangerous idea, but it had begun to gain momentum. The Stax studio was a fragile experiment in integration, with implications far beyond music. Otis had taken Southern soul to a mass audience, both black and white, but he would never make it to Wisconsin. The trail he had blazed for 5 glorious years would end in tragedy on a foggy December night.
He was at the top of the staircase, I'm at the bottom of it, and I looked up and I said, "All right, well, have a good trip." I said, "See you Monday, huh?" And he said, "Yeah, Red, see you Monday." And boom, that was the last time I saw him.
This is the story of how black and white musicians came together as equals to create Southern soul. A music that would inspire a generation. Memphis, Tennessee, the true crossroads of American music, where blues and country collided to give birth to the rock and roll of Elvis Presley. By the early 60s, the melting pot was about to bubble over again.
If you weren't in Memphis in the 60s, then you missed it. You missed a big party. It went on for at least 10 years. There was music everywhere. All the clubs had live music. Memphis was blessed and always has been blessed, as a lot of river towns are, with a lot of music people.
Now Memphis was going to produce some of the grittiest, most passionate music the world had ever heard. Because this is where Otis Redding would find his soul.
Otis was a power force, coming from a little town of White Oak, Georgia, and who was singing in the little clubs in Macon, Georgia, which was big time for him. His power came from his family, from his roots, from living on that farm, from working on that farm, being born on that farm. He had to get away from all of that, and he broke away spiritually in song.
Otis would have to make a break for the city if he was to make it as a singer. In 1962, Otis Redding drove guitarist Johnny Jenkins to Memphis. They were heading for Stax, a fledgling recording studio where Jenkins had been offered the chance to record and maybe get himself a deal. Stax was founded by brother and sister Jim Stewart and Estelle Axton. They set up shop in an old movie theater and combined the first 2 letters of their surnames to christen the company Stax.
It was a magical place because everybody was friendly and happy and nobody was professional. There wasn't a good Jew in the bunch. Nobody knew nothing. We had Jim Stewart was an accountant at the bank and played fiddle on the weekends.
Stax had an open door policy that anybody could just wander in off the street. If they could play or write or whatever, they were welcome.
Al Jackson and Steve Cropper were young musicians helping out at the studio the day Otis showed up.
I saw this big guy get out on the driver's side, and get the car keys and come around back and unlock the trunk. I just passed it off as he was what you would call a roadie in these days. So we went into the studio and listened to what Johnny had. And Al Jackson came down and he said, there's a guy that's with Johnny that just keeps bugging me about listening to him sing. Got him down to the piano and he started, "These arms of mine, they are lonely." And man, my hair stood up like that. I looked at Al Jackson, I went, "Get Jim."
These arms are mine, they are lonely.
Jim went, "We got to get this on tape. We got to get this on tape." I mean, he was like nervous about it, you know. All of the attention went towards Otis. Unfortunately for Johnny Jenkins, he should have left Otis at home, I guess.
These Arms of Mine was Otis Redding's first release for the company. And although only a minor hit, his pleading tone struck a chord with Jim Stewart and the musicians at the studio.
They recognized that Otis was very rare. He was a diamond in the rough.
The song basically is an expression of honesty, that depth of feeling that was so common among African Americans in the South. Music provided the outlet, the uninhibited source for expression.
What is so remarkable about These Arms of Mine is the extent to which it presents the unvarnished Otis Redding style, which is like a begging style. I mean, a crying style.
The record itself took months before it broke. It took 9 months to break. Then he got on a roll in the studio, and everything Otis would touch was magical.
Just like the arrival of Otis, everything that happened at Stax owed a great deal to chance. The original aim for the label had been to produce country music.
Jim Stewart and Estelle Axton had no idea what they were doing at the outset and fell into the recording of rhythm and blues and then soul music purely by accident.
Cheap rent had brought Jim Stewart and Estelle Axton to the heart of a black neighborhood. But they discovered a goldmine of pure musical talent on their doorstep.
I don't think there was such a great knowledge of what soul music was on Jim's part or anyone else's part. But there certainly was a beauty in Estelle Axton who wanted to just embrace any and everyone who wanted to come in, and she wanted to be sure they were checked out.
Stax Records was an oddity. It was like an oasis in the desert. The people who made it work were both black and white, and became friends because of what they did. It was wonderful. But right outside those doors, it stopped.
Memphis, like most of the South, was deeply segregated. Even the bars and clubs were divided. But the sounds of the city were less easy to contain.
There's one thing in surrogating society, but you cannot surrogate something like the airwaves.
First superstars of the modern entertainment industry. She sold more records than any other female singer in the history of popular music, had more #1 hits in America than even the Beatles. Last year, when she changed recording companies, she was paid $30 million. Not bad for someone who shared one bedroom with 5 brothers and sisters when she was a child, and whose music teacher once told her, "You've got a nice voice, but nothing special." Ladies and gentlemen, Diana Ross.
True, I want to make myself clear.
What's not exactly true?
The 30 million and...
It was more, you mean?
all of that.
It's a lot of wedge. Wedge is money.
Yes,
yeah.
it really is, but it's not exactly true, and I don't think that's important.
Well, it's a nice story. It all adds to the image, doesn't it? So, you know, it's as long as people go around believing it, Diana, that's the entire thing.
Well, actually, I'm wealthy. I'm wealthy in the point of love and things that help, you know, what I want to give out in my life, but I'm not interested. Well, let's not talk about
But, I mean, it must have been, it's a remarkable thing when you consider the background you came from, that you've now got to the stage where you are. I mean, whether it's 25 million or 30 million, I mean, it can't have been what you imagined when you grew up in Detroit, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
No, you didn't grow up in Detroit, or
Yes,
no, you didn't imagine... No,
yes,
yeah.
I grew up in
Yeah,
Detroit,
that's right.
and I never ever thought of the kind of lifestyle that I would be living today.
Yeah. Was there a lot of music in your background? Was it natural you'd be a singer?
Yes, it was, I think. Because the neighborhood that I grew up in, that was our natural outlet. We all sang, and it was a reflection of our feelings. And usually it was very happy music and something we did all the time. My mother is the baby of 12 children, and we come from a very religious family, and they were gospel singers, and they sang in the choir. So it was just a natural order of things for me to be a singer and a performer, I think.
There's a huge amount of talent, wasn't there, around at that time that went on like you? I mean, who were they? Who were your sort of
Well,
contemporaries?
during the time when I started to sing, I started at Motown Records, and Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Martha Reeves and the Vandellas, you know, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, just so many. We all started about the same time.
What was your start? I mean, what was your professional start? What was the first group you were with?
Well, actually, the same group, but our
But a
name, the
different
first name that we had was called the Primettes, and there was 4 girls. And we went on to change our name when we signed contracts with Motown to the Supremes.
We've got, actually, this is unfair on you, but I'm going to do it in any case. We've got a clip of you with the Supremes in those very early days. Oh, my God, she said. It's not as bad as that, actually. It's quite nice.
Which clip where?
Well, have a look. It's coming up now. There you are. They did a... You must have done wonders for the wig industry, really, because it was alleged about 300 wigs at one time. didn't
No. You know, when we traveled, it was an interesting thing, you know. It made it much more convenient for us to travel with the things that we needed. It's interesting, the lighting is quite a bit different in hotels than what you would need for television shows, and for being in style, we used to travel with quite a few hair pieces and that kind of thing, but not as many as people said.
What memories do you have of those days, the days of the Supremes? Do you have any sort of standout memories?
Oh, really good memories, but really a lot of hard work. We ended up living out of a suitcase. We traveled so much. And actually, we were a success here in the United Kingdom before we were in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So I always feel like I'm coming home when I come here with my music first.
What kind of tensions developed, though? Because how long were you together, that original threesome? How long?
We were together approximately 10, maybe 12 years before we started recording the first 2 years.
Right.
The tensions are just the traveling work, you know, the work of it all, and being on all the time and giving up your life totally. We all felt like we wanted to get married and have children one day, and we just always wonder if we really were going to ever get that opportunity.
Did you ever get sick of the sight of each other?
No, I think we're very good friends. We're very close, very good friends. Mary and I were very close even before the group started. So I think, no, it wasn't that kind of problem. It's just the work of it all.
One of the original members, I think I'm right in saying, of course, had a tragic death, didn't she?
I guess all death is tragic.
But this was particularly, she was a
yes,
young woman. I mean, what exactly happened to her? Was that due to the breakup?
No, I don't think so. It was years after that she passed away. It was health problems, and usually that's the reason, isn't it?
As simple as that.
Yeah. I really don't know. You know, when she left the group, it was at least 5 or 6 years before her death, and during that time we didn't have that much contact. I didn't really know everything that was going on in her life. So I really don't know. But it was very tragic for all of us. We were very unhappy about
What were the problems of being on the road, being women on the road? I mean, it must have been a lot more difficult than if you're a guy.
We started very young, you know, we started 16. No, it's been a long time. We started at 16, so it was difficult. We had chaperones and lots of people around us basically telling you what to do all the time and really guiding you and taking care of you. And that's very positive and very good. But then as years go on and you're really shelled, it's like, I always feel like, you know the little trees that the Oriental people have, and they cut off the roots and then they cut off the outside, and the tree never really grows. So you turn into like a mental midget in a sense, because you don't really get a chance to express yourself or the things that you really would like to know about. And I think it happens to not only the Supremes, but most people in show business. You find yourself forced into becoming some kind of recluse, where you're young and you want to express yourself and be alive and do things and inspire and learn. And what happens is you're cut off from the world. And they're doing it because they're protecting you and taking care of you, and it's really good, but it's in a sense, somewhere along the line, it's a little bit negative in there. So you have to find out who you are, and that's difficult.
Did you also come across much prejudice when you were traveling around, much color prejudice?
I started young in the business, and I remember in my lifetime I have experienced it, but not as much, I think, as is in the world. And those are the things that sadden me mostly in my lifetime, because I feel I'm an American dream. You know, the possibility to start the lifestyle that I did, starting in what people call the ghetto. Yes. Basically, we were poor, but not without. Everything we had was smaller than what normal people had. We had a car, we had a house, we had beds, but things were smaller and less of it. But I feel like, you know, we didn't know that we were going to possibly be able to deal with people on so many different levels. I have had, you know, I've been very lucky in my lifetime, and I appreciate that.
Of course, you also, too, you did remarkably well as an actress, portraying a singer who had amazing success and honor in her life, but who destroyed herself. Billie Holiday, of course, you Lady Sings the Blues. That must be very difficult for you, because as you said, even though you came from a similar background, if you like, it wasn't the same, because, I mean, your parents were good, you were a chaperone, whereas she was exploited from beginning to end, was she not?
Well, I guess, but I think the drug problem, even if you're not in show business, is a big problem, and that I think it will destroy any career and any profession, and we all know that, and we see examples of it all the time. And Billie Holiday's life is just like if you're on a road, and this is only my personal opinion about it, and you decide to go in one direction or the other for whatever reason. Sometimes, I mean, we're just not sure, you know, what reasons will take people in whichever directions, but it is a lonely life, yet a very glamorous life, so the end justifies the means somehow. I can perform for a wonderful audience, and then sometimes you can go home and really spend many hours alone, and it can be dangerous because you think a lot and you probably think not always positive thoughts, you know.
Given, though, that you came from this background and you don't take drugs yourself, how difficult was it to get into her mind and to act out that appalling tragedy?
Well, I spent a lot of time in my research, and I read most everything that I could read about drugs, and I just did the best that I could, and evidently most people say that it seemed really real to them. And basically I just researched. I'm in process of now researching another woman's life, a very extraordinary woman. Quite a bit of different lifestyle. Her name is Josephine Baker. Oh, yes. And I hope that will be my next film project if all works out. And it's a lot of process that goes on before you see a picture on the screen, but there's a lot of paperwork and whatever. But I'm spending time knowing more about who she was. Now, her life took a completely different path. Yes. She was born in Baltimore, and so was Billie Holiday. I think they're from the same place. And she went to New York to be in show business, and then popped over to Paris and became the toast of Paris. And her life was a European legend. And yet there was many conflicts because she was never treated the same in the United States. She was during the time when it was, I always say that the women like Josephine and Bessie Smith and Ethel Waters really made it possible for me to have an easier existence as a black performer. But she's an extraordinary woman, and I want to talk about her life. Also, I think it's a very interesting life, even if she were not black. It's just very interesting.
Talking about image, let's now have a look at the new image where we see it before us, actually, and the real you.
Every day I have a new image.
But this is your latest single coming up, actually. We'll talk about it in a moment. A clip from it here. Here we are. And that's the title song from your new album. Which
Why Do Fools Fall in Love?
Which
Yes.
is why you produced it yourself too, didn't you?
I produced the album myself, and that's why I'm here, basically, is I'm promoting new relationships and this is a different kind of music for me, in a sense. It's a little happier. My last song was Endless Love with Lionel Richie, and it's a little happier and freer, and my album cover also kind of represents what my life is going through at the moment. Well, my last song was I'm Coming Out. And now I'm out. So I wanted to kind of express that.
And on the album cover, you're hanging out.
Yes. I wish you could see this.
Very nice. Really.
Now, do you think that I could hang out? I mean, really? I haven't ever been able to do that.
Well, I'm delighted that you could come on the show, because I've wanted to talk to you for many, many years. And my only disappointment is that you didn't bring any music with you from America, and you didn't sing live for us. But when you come next time,
I'd
would
like
you
to
please
do that.
Would
I'm
you?
planning a big world tour, maybe April, May next year, and I'd like to come and visit and also sing for you.
All right. Well, we're going off there in March, but we'll keep it open.
You will.
If you're coming on, absolutely. Diana Ross, thank you very much.
Thank you
Diana.
very much.
Oh, shut up. Well, they don't do that when I come on.
I wrote the lyric, as usual, but I can't take all the credit, okay? It old spiritual that we used to sing when we were kids, it was like, you can't hurry God or something, you blah, 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 you have to wait and whatever, So that always stuck in the back of my mind, hearing that song when I was like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, years old, So when Brian came in with this melody, it's something about melodies that when I hear them, only Brian's melodies as a rule, to be perfectly honest with you, because there's something about his melodies that would always inspire me or trigger me off. Maybe it was because of our closeness, maybe because how we grew up together, listening to the same music, having the same environment, But certain ideas would pop into my head. I could hear them almost anywhere, but when Brian would come up with a certain melody, that thought would just pop into my head, almost miraculously, to be honest with you, and I remember once Brian said, well, you were writing, not this particular, he said, well, you were writing the song, and I said, yeah, but I'm not sure I was writing it. I said, it looks like it came from nowhere without my control in the first place. But basically, that's really what happened. We've been working on this for a few years now, and had some very nightmarish experiences. I had to grow up a lot. I had to develop a lot. And what I mean by that is this. I was accustomed, when Brian did a melody and I wrote the lyric, that's what we would use once we agreed it was good. Well, dealing with plays, we could agree it's good, the producer can agree it's good, the director can agree it's good, the book writer can agree it's good, then all of a sudden he said, you know what, guys? I have this other idea. I see the scene this way. I said, what does that mean? That means you have to rewrite it. That is, I'm going to tell you something. That was not easy, but I had to adjust to it. And one of the things that kept it from being easy is that I would have to get up sometimes at 1, 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning, like the old days, writing these lyrics and getting all excited about it, this, blah, 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 then have to go and redo it. But I must admit it's one of the most stimulating, exciting things that has really happened to me. it's just getting to the point now, since I've been watching the play and start feeling good and start relating to it, and also relating to the actors and the other people that are involved. In the last 2 days, I've been watching the book writer, the producer, mostly the director, and all the people that are involved. And I start looking around. It gives you a great appreciation of this is like a big family. It's no one person. It's so many people contributing. I can't take all the credit, and I'm learning more and more. Often we become sometimes a little selfish and take more credit than is duly deserved. We really do. We sort of get caught up in our own vanity and our own ego. It's very easy to do. Especially when you think you're right most of the time. Broadway is an animal all of its own. And if you don't appreciate it and appreciate the people that are in Broadway, the people before you, and start studying what they did and the background of what they did, you're never going to really, really learn.
Very honored, too. I love my man Charlie Feldman. He's one of the most gracious persons I know in BMI. We love Charlie, Yes, it's great. It's unbelievable. You know what I mean? I'm so happy about that. Been a long time coming, but the time has come. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And we both are happy about that star.
Yes. Well, one of the most highly anticipated musicals of the year debuted last night right here in Chicago. It was fantastic. We've been talking about it all morning. Well, welcome the director of Motown the Musical, Charles Randolph Wright. Hey, Charles.
Welcome back.
Can't say enough great things about this already, and I know it's already been extended a month right here in Chicago. You could have opened this anywhere in the country. Why here?
Chicago is very special to Motown for a lot of reasons. The music that they did here, and to Mr. Gordy as well. He did a movie here. Stevie Wonder recorded a song here live that they made a #1 hit, his first, Fingertips. So Chicago had that energy, and I wondered why we were rehearsing here, because you usually rehearse in New York, but once we got here, I realized that it's the heart and soul of America.
Yeah.
It has a very different energy, and it made us do the show differently.
And how was last night? Did it blow you away? I heard it was like church.
It was church times 10. It's church.
It was.
From every angle. And what's amazing when you think it's black people doing it and it's white people doing it. That's when you go, oh my God, everybody goes to church. White people went to church.
Oh, I love it.
Yes, they did.
I love it.
Yes.
It was so fantastic. There were so many surprises. I really loved the audience participation in the second act. That was incredible.
Yes.
Was that something that you thought of?
Well, Diana Ross always did that.
Yeah.
And so all the actors in the show evoke these people. They don't copy them. They don't intimidate. Intimidate them is right. They really find the way to create them. And Diana Ross always does an audience participation. And as a matter of fact, I went to see Diana Ross, slipped out of my show, went to see Diana Ross last week at the Chicago, and I realized that at the exact same time she was singing Reach Out and Touch, we were doing Reach Out and Touch across the street.
Wow.
And it was this thing, and she said to the audience, she said, if you want to see the real story, the true story, go across the street.
She said that?
Yes.
Wow. That was very kind of her.
Yes.
Well, okay, as we all know, Motown the Musical is all about one man's extraordinary story. Take a look.
He's a musical legend that fought against the odds to create an empire that revolutionized American popular music. Through Motown, Berry Gordy Jr. launched the careers of some of the world's greatest entertainers, including Diana Ross and the Supremes, Stevie Wonder, Smokey Robinson, Marvin Gaye, and of course, the king of pop, Michael Jackson. Now, Berry's journey and the story behind all of the classic hits is being told on stage in the hit Broadway show, Motown the Musical.
Please welcome the founder of Motown, the legend himself, Mr. Berry Gordy Jr.
Yeah. Oops, you got it? These chairs aren't the easiest.
No, now you know why I don't move out of them.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Gordy. Standing ovation from the audience, certainly well-deserved. It was a fantastic show last night. I saw you and I saw Smokey Robinson both watching yourselves being depicted on stage. Is that a surreal moment?
Well, it's always surreal. My life is surreal. You know, it's a fairy tale that happened to have come true.
Right.
You know, it was a crazy dream, you know, trying to make an artist come in one door and not knowing out another door a brand new star. You just like the auto factory. I used to see those cars coming in, you know, a bare metal frame, and they got a brand new car. So I said, wait a minute, why can't I do that with music, my music and my, you know, with the people I work with?
So you got an $800 loan from the family to do that?
Not very easy. I wanted 1,000.
Did you?
Yeah.
And they said, here's 800.
800, yeah, because it's a crazy idea. Like, you had to get a unanimous decision. And my older sister, Esther, is the one that set up this family loan thing. She was like the most intelligent. She was a graduate, but she was tough, you know.
Oh.
And when I asked for 1,000, she said, you know, are you crazy? This is for emergencies. Do you need a transplant? Oh, you know. And I had all these crazy ideas. You know, I was a boxer, a songwriter, a shoe shine boy. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, you know, like my father. And then I was boxing, and I realized that would not work after I got hit upside my head a few times. I said, well, maybe music. Most boxers love music. People love music anyway. And so I just started writing songs. And my motivation was always, I wanted to make some music, make some money, and get some girls.
And you did all of that. And you did all of that.
Not necessarily in that order, you know.
Right. It goes hand in hand.
Yeah. And that was it. And so, you know, that was just a wonderful experience for me. And what we try to do with all of our shows is to try to encourage young people to think, believe in themselves, you know, and really understand the road that they're on, because direction is more important than speed, I would always tell them. So if you're going in the right direction, you can take your time and you'll get there.
Right. Well, there's only one man on earth that can say that they discovered the Jackson 5, the Temptations, the Supremes, Marvin Gaye, so many more. That man is you. What did you see in all of these people? How did you know that they were meant to be stars?
Well, first of all, I didn't know. You know, I just went by my intuition, and I've always been a risk taker. And if I believe in something, you know, I would stick with it until it worked. You know, it was like the Supremes took 5 years before they got a hit, but we believe they were great.
Right. In the show, they call them the no-hit Supremes, and it's a running joke in the beginning. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, but we knew they were great, so we just stuck with them until they made it. You know, so that was great.
You've been so fearless throughout your life. I mean, you just never were afraid of failure at all?
I didn't think that far, you know. I just believed in myself so much, and I had two sisters, Ann and Gwen, who believed I could do anything, you know, and they didn't really care, you know. When I wanted the money, they didn't care whether it was a good deal or a bad deal. They said, give him the money, and they were just very easy with the money, and so they kind of got everybody to give me the money. And then when I started my company, I said, I want somebody to handle the money when it starts coming in. And they came and said, we'll do it. I said, no, I don't think so.
We're good.
I want Esther to handle my money.
Yeah, the smart, tough one. Well, I hear, and I have not seen it because I was flying back from New York last night, but an integral part of the story of the musical is the story and the love affair of you and Diana Ross. And I read that it was tough for you to kind of watch that play out on stage.
Yeah, did you have to mention that?
I'm sorry I did. I had to ask it.
Well, you know, people would say, well, you know, if you're going to do your own story, you're not going to tell the truth. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. I said, no. I'm looking at this objectively, because whatever I have done in my life, there are other people like me all over the world.
Sure.
And so I'm not embarrassed by anything too much. But I have to admit, looking at that love scene every night, it's tough.
Yeah. I'll tip the audience off. He has a disappointment in the bedroom.
Yeah.
That's the...
Yeah.
Well,
You don't have to say that.
They're going to see it. It's okay. Well, that's why he says it's tough. It's okay.
It's on stage.
Yeah, it's on stage. You're going to see
When he first told me this, I said, you can't possibly put this on stage. I was screaming in his house. I said, it's great, though.
Yeah,
great.
Yes, and Diana tried to make light of it and try to make me feel good, which made me feel twice as bad.
Right. Well, let me ask you about this, because the music really unified this country in a lot of ways. I mean, the race problems we had, the segregation, the political views and social issues. Did you know during that time that you were doing something far bigger than music?
No, not at all. All we were trying to do was just get music for all people. You know, I just felt that, you know, pop means popular. It means people like it. So when the white disc jockeys would not play my songs, I said, wait a minute, you're a pop company, and pop means popular, and people, my records are popular, so please play them, because I want everybody to hear them. Right. You know, I want the Jews, Gentiles, blacks, whites, cops, and the robbers, you know, to listen to my music, you know. And because it's really good, you know. And so this one disc jockey, a guy named Tom Clay in Detroit, finally, after I bugged him so much, he decided to play it. And because he said, what makes you think white people are going to buy your records? I said, because they're humans. You know, they're human beings. And we all like the same thing. There's no difference in black and white when it comes to feelings and that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. Either you're good or you're not good. I mean, either you're good or you're bad or you're this or that. And it's about communication. So we just try to communicate with the people, you know, communicate with their likes and dislikes, and then there's always a teaching thing in there. Like, a lot of black people are sensitive to be called black, and a lot of white people are sensitive about other things. And the play, I try to show out that it's not what people say, it's what they mean. You know, I mean, semantics get people in trouble all the time.
Sure. Right.
You know, we really love each other. I especially love you.
You see me being supreme, you're going to hold on a second, right?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gordy. And Mr. Charles Wright.
The decade was the 1960s, and there was a new sound coming out of the Motor City, and that sound is what we now know as the sounds of Motown. The Magic of Motown covers that era by performing the hits of such supergroups as the Four Tops, the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Smokey Robinson, and many more. The Magic of Motown show can be tailored to your specific event or budget. The Magic of Motown can also add in a trio of female singers to perform the hits of such super female groups as Martha Reeves, The Supremes, Gladys Knight, and many more.
Running away. responsibility. Every man in the land is free. You're a million miles from reality. Reality, wanna celebrate. You may not possess, but what I like about it is the dance. A pretty face, some guys dance.
Magic of Motown has been performing their Motown show for over 10 years, both domestically and internationally, to sold-out audiences. Let the Magic of Motown bring their show to your event or venue. Please contact your local agent for more information.
I'm losing you to a love of a stranger. Somebody shake me, wake me, somebody, when it's over. Somebody tell me that I'm dreaming, and take me when it's over. They'll say our love will never be, but everyone knows but me. I close my eyes, I'm longing to hear a word loud and clear. Baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. I have to sleep on the doorstep all night and day, just to keep you from walking away. All of your friends be back, even this I can stay. I wanna keep you any way that I can to be fine. I know what you're thinking. You're all alone, and darling, come on, girl, reach out for me, reach out for me, yeah, yeah. Oh, be there with the love and the shelter, you.
I got an extra, one for you and one for him.
I was pretty large when I came back, actually. So, in order to perform and to be energetic,
Yeah, you gotta get that
sort of
weight
got to
off.
get the weight
Yeah.
off. Well, I've been at it a few years, so.
Do you want me to pour you
No. I'll pour this. It's very
You
nice.
want some
Thank you.
sugar or
That kind, yes,
yeah,
yes,
this
of course.
kind, or the make-believe kind, the kind that will have our left arms drop off when we.
I think she missed that, didn't you?
We
got it all. Not really.
Oh, I got it. Listen, I'm a little slow today. I'm gonna bear with me. I'm gonna be one of those. Oh yeah. My husband said
You
that.
must work very hard, Pat.
Well, we have weird hours.
Yeah.
My husband told me what he said was a wasp joke. Alex, see if you get this joke. Joe said this is
It's a
a
wasp
wasp
joke?
joke. Oh, see, I get it. I see, she got it. I didn't get it. You see, that's why you got it. That's right. Half and half. She got half the joke. How you fix her?
We were having fish today, and the guy who cooked the fish, today, he took me over to meet the bartender, at the restaurant. So he busted the bartender. He says, "This is Marvin Gaye." He said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, it's nice to meet you." So the cook who I did an autograph for told me, he said, "You know what this guy said? He didn't know." He said, "Because all you guys look alike." So they all So he said, "No, we're all just a little happy family." That's what I can understand. That it's funny.
That's wonderful. We are ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
I ever thought that was Orientals. No. Must be us too, huh?
Yeah.
I love it.
Sexual healing.
I'll slide under the table here.
At the very
before
mention of the song. You said
the very top of the show, yes.
Sexual healing. A huge, giant, enormous, hit. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that that one is the...
I am very surprised. Are we on the air now?
Mm-hmm.
Got to cut that sort of thing out.
Yeah, I'll start again. Yeah, I'll take it again.
No, it's all right. I'm very surprised, and sort of not surprised. I'm a person, Pat, who is rather strong-willed. I guess I'm strong-willed. I'm an artist, basically. I like to think of myself that way, and I don't like to think of being a commercialist totally.
But,
of course, being one can't have hits except one is commercial, but I wouldn't like to think that that's my motivation. I think my motivation is to, at this point in time, is to get media coverage and exposure, because I feel there's something much greater in my life in the future to come. I'm a great believer in God, and although you wouldn't think that my records don't suggest that, I guess, but perhaps I'm going around the bar in a different way to get to a place, but actually all that my records suggest and all of the publicity I get about sexuality and my sensuality and my records and all that kind of stuff is true to an extent, but not totally Marvin Gaye, I wouldn't think.
are people fixated on that part of it, the sexuality part, and not really listening to the music and what you're trying to do?
Wait, I can't have them.
Oh, you can't have them small?
No? Oh, that's,
Because I can't.
okay.
Oh.
You can futz and play with it, but you can't.
Can't actually line it up.
Yeah, you can twirl it around, though. And
Oh, no, it wouldn't do me any good, actually. That's all right.
misunderstood, perhaps.
As an artist?
And too much fixation on the literal meaning of sexual healing.
Well,
why are people in 1983 even concerned about this?
Well, I don't know. I think I've done many albums in my lifetime, and some have been good for people, some have been bad, some have given people much inspiration, and some have inspired people sexually, some have inspired people spiritually. I'm not hypocritical, as though I said before, my albums might suggest it. I like a lot of sugar too, don't I? But the thing that's important is that, as I said before, that I reach whatever plateau I'm supposed to reach, so that my credibility is number one, and when I finally do have something to say that I feel should be beneficial for the world, and I feel the world is in an awful state at the time, and I feel in the future that somebody will have to say something and have some credibility, and coin in those who are coinable. Everybody won't make it in, whoever in is. I need to go into that. And of course I need credibility to do that. And so I won't have it unless I'm on top. And I sort of feel that that's why the Heavenly Father blesses me with this kind of success. And I think I've learned to take it with the kind of grain of salt that one should take it with, and not have such a big head about it. And as I used to have when I was much younger, I don't think of my success at this time as from an ego point of view. I am very proud and very happy, and I have a tremendous ego, somewhat subdued presently, but it surfaces now and then, but I try to keep it down. But I really feel that I'm a bit misunderstood as an artist, because I don't think that people understand record artists and music artists in the same light that they understand painters or dancers or other forms of art and artists. And I feel that there's absolutely no difference, except that my media is music. And I don't really care about a lot of things material and what people say and do and things. I'm only concerned with my art.
Is the hit record, in this case it's Sexual Healing?
Oh, like the money's okay.
The money's okay, but there's leverage there, and
I don't really care about that either too much.
But it's a currency. It will allow you to. It's a currency on both levels, but it's a currency that gives you this credibility you're talking about. The more hits you have, the more on top you are, the more willing people are going to let you talk, say what you want.
No, it's just unfortunate that this is such a materialistic world, and in order for people to give you the kind of, what shall I say, acceptance, the kind of prestige that you would like to have them talk about you, and you have to sort of engage yourself in this material warfare. And I'm going to play the game at this point in my career. That's what they want. That's what I'm going to do.
The hit record brings not only money, but status again, then, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's what's important to me.
He's back on top.
I don't know where that is. Never did, actually. I'm awfully afraid of getting there. It isn't, I don't know where one can go after that. It looks to me like down. So I wouldn't like to get there too soon. Soon ripe, soon rotten, my mom used to always say.
You've had a down period along the way. 1975 was not a particularly good year.
Not for wine. The wine, I guess it's a good year for wine, actually. For me, what shall I say about 1975 through 1983 hasn't been very good. In fact, the last 7 years of my life haven't been exactly ecstatic for me. I haven't been ecstatic. I've been happy and somewhat, most of the time, pretty depressed. But my depression is, I think, because of my empathy for humanity and my feelings for the world and things. And I'm awfully upset when I have to do things to achieve a certain amount of status so that I might be able to do something else so that people will listen to me. So if I have to do sex, it's so they can listen to social topics that might be viable, I'll do sex first.
It gets them into the tent.
Perhaps, maybe not.
What is the most absolute... Okay. What was the absolute rock bottom worst moment in the last 7 years?
Well, the absolutely worst rock bottom moment in the last 7 years when I tried to commit suicide through an overdose of cocaine.
How long ago was that?
It was not too long ago. Well, it's about 3 years ago in Hawaii. I was in an emotional state of... I've never been quite so depressed. I'm a bit of a manic depressant anyway. Most of the time I put on quite a face and an act, but I'm pretty depressed most of the time anyway. I have, as I said before, a lot of feeling inside for people and my love, my life, my job, what I feel I'm here for, my purpose. And I'm a little reluctant sometimes to get on with it. I'm afraid I'm much too emotional to be an artist, really, to be a really good one, to be on the job all the time. I guard my heart pretty well these days because I'm afraid if I ever fell in love again and I met the wrong woman, I don't imagine I'll live. I have a very fragile heart. Now, I put on a pretty rough exterior and it's pretty thick. But I imagine some lady will penetrate it again one day. I hope she's the right one. I was depressed because I was very much in love with my wife at the time, and I couldn't bear the thought of the rejection. My ego is much too too heavy, or whatever I want to say, too big, too wild, too whatever, to accept rejection. And I was rejected, and I had to learn the lessons of rejection, and it's done a great deal to heal my ego and to make me realize that I am probably not the king of the earth as I've always felt I was.
Is that what you're...
I'm now a prince.
Is that what your mom told you when you were little, that you were...
No, it's interesting.
Better than the other kids?
No, she never did that. I never played with the other kids when I was a little boy. I didn't start playing with the kids until I was well in my teens. I was always a loner, which is, I guess, is why I can grow and be alone now, rather nicely, without any too many problems.
The pain, for all of its awful moments, does it make the music better? Does it make the output better? Does it make the songs better?
Well, of course, if one wouldn't be One could never be a fine artist if one hasn't lived and experienced most of life's negatives, I guess it's enough to say, and one would have to experience most of life positives also. You see, I guess I have gone from the depths of somewhat degradation to, I've probably risen to the heights of spirituality in some cases also. I felt nearly there spiritually sometimes, and I felt like the gates of hell were open for me at other times. And I don't imagine an artist can be a good artist unless he's experienced something similar to that. Else I don't have very much to write about, do I?
Do you look upon the Motown days as the good old days?
No.
No.
I look upon the Motown days as one of the experiences in my life that I wouldn't give $1 million for. And I look upon the Motown days as unique experience and experience that I would pay probably $1 million to have again. Motown was a very loving family in the early 60s. We were very close, very lovable, very loving, which causes me to wonder about it sometimes. But, pardon me, it's my fish, I think, coming up.
We'll edit around it, don't worry.
And I feel that I am very happy having had the opportunity to start my career at Motown Records, and I don't think I'd have it any other way. I'm very proud of Berry Gordy Jr., who is a black man who has managed to survive in such a competitive field of music. I have great respect for him. He's a very great man, actually, and in fact, it's interesting. I've always been in a good rapport with him, not because I was in the family, but because, of course, it helped a lot. I was quite, for all my problems now, I was much worse, I guess you can imagine, when I was younger. Probably totally uncontrollable. I'm very stubborn, I'm arrogant, I'm egotistical, I'm also lovable, I'm also warm. I'm a lot of things, but it depends. I'm principled, I'm unprincipled sometimes. I am probably quite schizophrenic. I'm very difficult to live with. I don't imagine any woman could live with me for any appreciable amount of time. It's been proven all my life, and I'm afraid I'll accept that. I think that being with Motown has been an incredible experience for me, and I've loved it. I have some magnificent memories, and I wouldn't pay anything for them.
You have a nostalgic feeling about it, that like if to turn the clock back and live those years again, or have them be now?
Oh, well, no. I don't think I'd like to turn the clock back in that sense, not to come off sounding hypocritical again. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't like to start all over and do the same thing. Yes, I would like to start again with Motown, but perhaps because of the environment, if I had my way, I'd just sort of like to rewrite the script a little bit so that I could be a bit happier. But I enjoyed the environment very much. It was my learning ground, Stevie, the Supremes, the Temps, we all helped each other in the studio. It was quite fun. I learned most of my musicianship when I first came to Motown years ago, and it was great fun for me. I would have probably paid them for the opportunity, you see.
You feel that this, with sexual healing and the success you're having now, is a real comeback, and you see another part of your life beginning, a sense that a door has opened?
Well, I'm not sure, because I'm not doing an awful lot about it presently. I mean, I'm not gigging.
You're not what?
I'm not working.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I won't work, but I'm not working presently. If what you're asking is if I'm anxious to go out and earn the bread and start a whole new career and look upon my success at this time as a whole new start in life, yes, in a sense it is for me. In a sense it's a coup de grace. in a great sense, I have had a measure of revenge in certain aspects. And those who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about.
But tell me,
They?
what do you mean?
Well, I wouldn't like to go into that because it's rather personal, but I'm sure those who are listening to this know exactly what I mean. And we'll leave it at that. And I just would like to say that I'm a survivor, I think, and I feel I'm as good as anybody and perhaps better.
Not to be specific about the revenge, but there must be a sense of, aha, I'm back on top, and I'll show you. Yes?
You know I'm honest, don't you? I think you're playing unfair because I am honest. Yes, in a sense, yes. But not totally.
There's
No.
nothing wrong with that, though. That's to
Well, I
have
feel-
those. Those are human, normal feelings to have.
Yeah, but that's just it. I don't want to feel human and normal. I just want to be an artist. I hate those human, normal feelings. I like the feelings I have as an artist when I'm out in the woods in the rain or sitting by myself in the sun and having God shine on me. I like that calling much better. I don't like the idea of those other little nasty, nagging things that I like to get back at people because of my Aries blood and my tenacity or whatever I've got. But yes, there's a certain satisfaction. I chuckle a lot.
I think so.
Amsterdam went to the joint. I forgot I was in Amsterdam.
No.
I said, you don't need to do that here.
They're going to open the restaurant at 6. Okay. Well, let's hope there are not a lot of people eating at 6 o'clock at night in Los Angeles. Let's hope they wait till...
Beautiful restaurant, though.
Isn't it pretty? Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
Yes, sir.
This whole revenge thing is interesting because when I accepted my American Music Award from Dick Clark, I had this marvelous acceptance speech all ready to say these nice things cleverly and get back at those that I thought needed a few words of encouragement. And I don't know if you saw the show, but I paused for a few seconds and something told me, don't be ridiculous. Just accept this award and say thank you and praise God and get the heck off the stage.
How about a Grammy? Like to have one?
I'd love to win a Grammy. I've sat at the Grammys so many years now hoping I'd win an award, and Lou Rawls has won them all from me. So I don't think I'm bitter about that, but the very last time he won one from me, gave me such a smile, I got chills from it. It was number 3, and I told my wife I was going to tackle him. He came down off the stage and grab it and cause a big stink at the Grammys. But she didn't think that was too wise an idea, so I didn't. But perhaps I'll win one this time. I've never won an award except for the one I won at the American Music Awards, the first award I've won in my career, and I found it most gratifying. I loved it, and if I win a Grammy, I'll be very happy, very thrilled. I'm nominated in 3 categories. Perhaps I'll win one.
I want to ask about discrimination on the radio. Is there discrimination on the radio? Black artists discriminated against on certain AM and some FM stations?
Well, of course, there's lots of it. Not only is there discrimination, but there is tampering with one's art, which drives me berserk. I wouldn't think that Leonardo da Vinci would put up with somebody putting a different sort of finger on the Mona Lisa, or an ear, or changing an ear or nose or the eyes or something. He's an artist, and when he finishes his work, it's his work. It's his life's work. It's his blood and his sweat and his tears. And I don't feel people should tamper with an artist's work. In music, they feel, disc jockeys and music people feel awfully free with editing and splicing and changing things about, and it drives me crazy. In fact, it's the reason why I left Motown and why I asked Berry Gordy to release me. My last album in our lifetime was tampered with horribly, and it was abominable to me, and I couldn't deal with it anymore, and which is basically why I asked to be released. And I find that disc jockeys will add things to your records and take things off and lengthen your intros and change your bridges around and things, and I go totally bananas, and I feel that someone should institute some sort of lawsuit, and perhaps that sort of thing can be changed. I don't feel that that's right for them to tamper with an artist's music. I really don't. I don't feel it should be touched. I would rather didn't play my music than to touch it. Frankly, I would. I don't care if I had a hit. If I never had a hit, I'd rather they don't touch it.
Why don't many AM and some FM stations play black artists?
Well, traditionally, black artists are, well, you see, you have to go back a bit, dear, you see, because a few years, you see, it's taken a few years, about 400 or so, for white America to come to the point where they feel that rhythm and blues, as we call it, or rhythm and pop, these categories kill me too, is acceptable in the homes of white America. There was a time when you couldn't bring a soul record in the home in white America. Just get that record out of here, you know. I mean, you're not going to listen to that stuff. It all started with the rock and roll era, you see, when Elvis and everybody was sort of taking after Chuck Berry and all and so slowly it started to change. I said, well, Jesus Christ, Mom, if my white favorite acts are doing music that's akin to Chuck Berry and Little Richard and everything, I like that stuff. But okay, it's okay, you can bring that in here. But Mom, it's the same music, really, basically, that the black people are doing. It sort of changed it around a little bit. It's a white artist doing it. But basically, it's the same stuff. We have, but it's a white artist doing it. It's okay, it's acceptable. We don't want any black artists doing it here because it's too raw. Well, there's something about being raw. You see, let's take reggae, for instance. Bob Marley is very interesting because what he's done is he's taken his roots music, and the roots are there, very raw and very rootsy. But Bob Marley's intelligent enough, or was intelligent enough, God bless him and I love him, to take the roots, leave it rootsy, and incorporate some of the Western type music on top of it, and integrate certain things into music to take the rawness of it so that it can sort of be accepted by other nationalities. Because simply, if you don't feel something or you don't understand something, you kind of say, I don't understand that, so I can't get into that. I can understand Monteverdi and Lawrence Welk, but I can't understand this. So you see, it's simply a matter of blending and coming together. Music is universal. Music belongs to no one. Music belongs to God. And so, as the business is becoming the way it's becoming today, it seems that there seems to be a coming together all over the world of music. And it's going to come to a point where there will probably be no more categories after a while, and music will simply be music. However you do it, and it'll be accepted. It's fastly coming to that, but there are those in the business who insist on holding on to the last vestiges of their prejudices, you see? Meaning, a little simple thing like winning an American Music Award, and then winning in all the categories, and then you watch the television the next day, and then you want to see yourself in your category, and they say, and the pop singer of the year is blah, 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 Roger Dalton or blah, 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 any white pop act. And they'll go back down the list, and then you don't see any rhythm and blues acts on the TV. It's like we're not prestigious enough to put who won in the black soul categories. We'll omit that because it's not that sort of thing too, which sort of burns my craw a little bit. I'm a rhythm and blues artist and a soul artist and a black singer. But I'm intelligent enough to want to sing my black music and still be intelligent, still have feelings. I'm a human being, so I sing black music. But it doesn't take anything from my intelligence factor, doesn't take anything from my humanness, it doesn't take anything from my empathy, as I said before, my love. Why shouldn't I be categorized? Marvin Gaye won in the soul category. I'm a person too, I'm a musician. There are musicians who borrow my music and they become famous and they can get their names on TV in their categories borrowing my music, but I can't be on the TV shown that I won too? No, that isn't very nice.
It isn't very nice. You were written to by a disc jockey in Ohio, I think it was, who was fired.
Oh, by the way, I must say something about it. Ted Turner did show the Ted Turner News Agency out of London did show the R&B category winners.
Good for them.
Yes, I thought I'd give Ted a shot.
Good.
I think he's a good man.
Tell me about the young woman disc jockey who was fired.
Well, there was some business about, there was a pretty middle of the road, well, maybe far right station. And in Ohio, and apparently the lyrics of Sexual Healing, or perhaps just the title, is too suggestive to play on certain radio stations, which I can understand.
But do they also play the suggestive lyrics of the Rolling Stones?
Yes, yes, of course. But, well, darling, you see, it simply depends. You see, there's, we have to sort of come along slowly, which is okay. I don't mind coming along slowly. I'm about to play out. I'm 43 years old, and I don't imagine I'll be in the business but another 10 or so years. And my predecessors will probably enjoy lots of the media coverage and non-prejudicial treatment that we, my contemporary artists of the day, are not enjoying. I can see things changing. Perhaps before I'm retired, and when I retire, I guarantee you I will retire. I don't imagine I will see things the way I would like to see them totally in my lifetime before I retire, but I'm sure that my predecessors, young black artists who are coming up, will see tremendous changes in the business as it goes along. I can see many changes being made, many attitudes changing, and I'm sure we'll get there in time, just like we are enjoying a measure of freedom in America as black people that we've never enjoyed before. It takes time, but eventually we'll get there.
Perfect.
Mind if they should?
10 minutes. No, not at all, because, I mean, people kind of know that I have a terrible memory and have to look down and say, oh, I wanted to remember to ask you.
Gay is dead, allegedly killed by his father. Why did it happen? Terry Drinkwater looked for the answer.
Bad blood between father and son. That was what the police called it today. Fans this afternoon who passed the family home where it happened played his music and prayed for the soul from which it came.
Well, there's God and the devil, and the devil just won this one this time, but still the force of God's going to win in the end, I think.
The dispute, authorities now conclude, began Saturday night, an argument over insurance between the 69-year-old minister and his renowned son. The shouting continued Sunday, and then
the argument turned physical. There was some pushing and shoving, and apparently Marvin Jr. was getting the better of that, and the mother interceded and separated them. Moments later, the father reappeared. He had a handgun with him, and he fired 2 shots, fatally wounding Marvin Gaye.
No drugs, no alcohol were involved. Gaye will be remembered for his hits What's Going On, Heard It Through the Grapevine, and Sexual Healing. He was loved by millions of fans and 3 children. Today, he would have been 45. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Hollywood.
Gaye died at this Los Angeles hospital, a gunshot wound to the chest. He'd been shot during a fight at his parents' house, and police say his father pulled the trigger.
He became involved in a verbal dispute with his father, Marvin Gaye Sr. That subsequently led to a physical dispute, some pushing and shoving. Marvin Gaye Sr. armed himself with a handgun and fired several shots, wounding Marvin Gaye Jr.
Police have charged the elder Gaye with murder. They say father and son had been arguing about insurance, but they believe there had been bad blood before that. Gaye's death came at a time when he was making a comeback after years of problems, both personal and professional.
Sexual Healing by Marvin Gaye.
Just last year, he won a Grammy for the song Sexual Healing.
Get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Sexual Healing was the last in a string of hits that began more than 20 years ago.
I won't stop and thank you. I want to stop.
all those hits, Marvin Gaye, in his own mind, never made it to the top.
I don't know where that is. Never did, actually. I'm awfully afraid of getting there. It isn't, I don't know where one can go after that. It looks to me like down.
Brother, there's far too many of you die.
Marvin Gaye would have been 45 years old tomorrow. Andrea Naverson, CBS News, Los Angeles.
We don't need to escalate. Oh, it's not the answer, for only love can conquer hate.
In the matter of Marvin Penns Gaye Sr., case number A751295. Matter is here for arraignment and plea. Do I have the appearance of counsel, please?
Donna Brack for the people.
Philip M. Schreiber for the defendant, Marvin Gaye Sr.
Mr. Schreiber, your client is charged in count 1 with a violation of 187 of the Penal Code with a special allegation of personally using a firearm. Are you ready to enter a plea at this time?
I'm not ready to enter a plea at this particular time, Your Honor. I wish to make a motion with respect to the defendant. It is my opinion that this matter should be referred to Department 95 for an evaluation concerning mental competency. I feel that such evaluation would be necessary and essential for me to defend this gentleman and for him to aid in his own defense.
Do you believe that he is presently clearly incapable of understanding the nature and the purposes of this proceeding and also unable to conduct his own defense or to assist you in conducting his own defense?
I have good reason to have that opinion, Your Honor.
Just so we can keep this matter going in a timely fashion, would you be willing to waive further arraignment, further statement of rights, and I will enter a plea of not guilty for him?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The court will enter a plea of not guilty for Mr. Gaye. It appears that Mr. Gaye, based on the comments of counsel, would qualify under 1360.
Held today in Los Angeles. Yesterday, thousands of fans got a chance to pay their last respects. Marvin Gaye's father is charged with murdering him. The prosecutor explained why the charges were raised to first-degree murder.
First shot was fired at some distance. The second shot was fired at close to point-blank range. So apparently he moved in, indicating he had time to reflect on what he was about to do, which would elevate it from a manslaughter to a murder.
Marvin Gaye's father has been ordered to undergo psychiatric tests.
Mayor Tom Bradley declared this a day of mourning for Marvin Gaye, who was fatally shot Sunday. Terry Drinkwater was there as family, friends, and fans remembered.
So many who had been on stage with him came. Diana Ross called him the most wonderful of men.
I like to raise people's consciousness, he said. I like to give them hope. Well, Brother Marvin, you did that.
Gaye's mother was all but overcome with grief. His father, arrested for his murder, underwent psychiatric tests today.
Lighting up the candles.
Last night, more than 10,000 fans mourned the slain soul singer, more than had paid tribute to anyone else at this cemetery where so many of the famous of show business are buried.
I really thought we could have made it to that point.
His ashes will be scattered at sea. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Hollywood.
Gonna happen backstage at Motown Live.
What was that? What was that?
Rehearsal. What did it look like?
It didn't look like rehearsal. It looked like 4 girls that did not do the steps that I taught them to do.
Marcus.
What is it?
What's up with this Motown Live witch?
First of all, that's an old wives' tale.
I hear that she's a singer that never made it.
You know what? Okay, hold up. Y'all tripping.
and she comes to the show to take revenge on the people that come on the show.
Okay, don't mean Nathan. Okay, but what y'all need to...
Did you hear that? Hold up. I hear it too.
Shh. Stop. Stop it right here. Whatever it was probably a big mouse or a little rat. Okay, so let's get together and pay attention and do that. Whatever, let's do these steps. Can we do these steps?
Okay. Do your stupid steps, man.
We gotta go one and shuffle. Okay, now okay, y'all tripping. Okay, y'all playing these games again. Where's Kelly and LaTavia? Where you at?
Oh my God. Look at that. Marcus, where are they? Marcus.
Kelly, LaTavia, quit playing.
Singing is getting closer.
Wait a minute. Beyonce, where's LaToya?
Marcus.
I'm gonna go get some help. You wait right here. You don't need me now. Y'all go. Let me go now. Let me go. I gotta go now.
That is what he gets.
Destiny's Child, y'all. Now let us welcome some ladies that have paved the way for groups like Destiny's Child, the fabulous Emotions.
Thank you so much.
It's an absolute pleasure having you here and sharing your gift with us tonight, of performing with us and just doing what you've done for so many years so well. I just want to say thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for asking.
You've done some incredible things during your career. Do you have a most memorable moment?
Most memorable.
When my wig fell off at the Apollo.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Well,
it's
actually,
true.
You gotta preface
It was a
that.
big Afro wig.
That was back. We had a fan club then, and one of the initiations, we had to wear a wig or something that they picked out for us. So they braided our hair that night.
It was tight at first.
And put these huge wigs on us, and we had to wear them.
See, Wanda and I had really big naturals naturally. Our hair was just real big and out there, but Sheila's hair was shorter, so she wanted her hair to be about the same width, you know. Anyway, we had this step in going on strike. There was this particular song, and we at the end of it, we go like, bam, and her wig hit the ground.
I finished the song, though.
She did. She went and picked it up. She said, now you've seen the real me.
And she picked it up, put it back on. Everybody clapped, and they loved it.
Went into the next tune.
That's
one of the memorable.
True. The show must go on.
I'll never forget that.
#1 records, and that's the most memorable.
No,
the
that's
wig
her most memorable.
That's her most memorable, but it did come to mind.
That's all right. You guys have a stage play out right now.
Yes, it's called Bigger Than Bubblegum. It's a musical, and it has 33 songs in it. It's about our lives, actually, in the music business. And for a while, you know, we were out there. You saw us at the Grammys and everything, and then we were off the scene, and there was a reason for that, and that's what the musical is about.
And what is it called again?
Bigger Than Bubblegum.
Bigger Than Bubblegum. So anybody want to know the story? You want to know how it all goes down? And all you have to do is you go check that out when it comes to your city, and make sure you go and support that.
Yes.
Please give a round of applause for the Emotions. We'll be right back with the Emotions live on stage, Motown Live, right after this. And
I could not be more excited he's here, ladies and gentlemen. He is the founder of one of the greatest record labels in the history of modern music, Motown. This man launched the careers of Marvin Gaye, Smokey Robinson, Diana Ross and the Supremes, the Four Tops, the Temptations, the Jackson 5, Stevie Wonder. The list goes on and on. It is, of course, Mr. Berry Gordy. And this is exciting. I think you're going to love what we have in store for you, because Berry is in town because Motown the musical has come to London. It's just about to open. And from that show, we have a performance from Diana Ross and the Jackson 5. They're not the original lineups, obviously. They're in the musical in the West End. Welcome back. Let's get my final guest out. He is the man behind the legendary Motown Records, He also wrote some of the biggest hits of the last 50 years. He was responsible, in part, for the song Money, for Reet Petite and ABC that the Jackson 5 recorded. An incredible talent. Let's have a reminder, before he comes out here, of some of Motown's biggest hits.
I'll be there with a love that will shelter you. Baby, everything is alright. Uptight, out of sight. Like a wizard on a stone. Well, wherever he lays that was his home. And when he died, he left us one alone. Yes, I do now. Ooh, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want you back. Oh, just one more chance to show you my baby, 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 baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man responsible for that, Mr. Berry Gordy.
Oh, my goodness.
Come and take a seat, Barry. So lovely to have you on the show. Thank you for joining
us. Oh, my goodness.
You can shuffle back in.
What a hilarious show. It was phenomenal. I mean, I want to stay back there and see the rest of the show. It was so great.
What an incredible legacy you have, sir, and thank you for being here to talk to us about it. So many stars you signed. Let me just ask you a few around. What was it, the first time you saw the Jackson family, when Michael Jackson came in, what were your first impressions when you saw them perform in front of you?
Well, I was floored. When I saw them perform, I was really floored. But I did not want a kids group because I'd had Stevie Wonder and, you know, chaperone, teachers, and his mother was really tough. So I did not want a kids group at all.
Oh, Stevie Wonder's mum was tough?
Lula, yeah. She was really tough. I mean, she wanted everything. And I didn't even like his singing. I mean, what I liked was his harmonica playing because he was so great as a harmonica player. And his singing voice I did not like. And she said, but he's my son, he's going to be a star, and, you know, but don't take his money, you know, and things like that, you know.
So you didn't want to sign the Jacksons because of the possible complications in case Lola got involved?
Well, they had no, they had parents, too.
And so what won you over? What did you see in that family, in those kids, in Michael in particular, that made you
Well,
realize?
Michael was, of course, he was phenomenal because he could dance like James Brown. He sang like Jackie Wilson. And even though he was maybe 10 years old, he looked like he was 2 years old. And he was singing like he had been around for 30 years because he was singing a love song that Smokey had written. And it was like a song for a man who had lived through love and pain for 30 years. He was just incredible.
Another, you know, obviously you've mentioned Stevie Wonder. Marvin Gaye was someone who I was just enamored of, his work and his talent in particular. And I was amazed. I don't know what happened that period when he made the classic Protest album. What's going on? Because that seemed out of sync with the earlier Motown work very much. Now, was this something that you were comfortable with initially? Did you encourage him in that? Or?
No. Marvin was, at times, very crazy. I mean, he was a genius and the truest artist I've ever known. But he had all these wild ideas, you know, about life and about, he was an activist. And I said, you cannot release this record because it's not something that we do at Motown. But he sort of ended up making me an activist because he was worried about the world, pollution, brutality, you know, and all those kind of things. And he turned out to be right. And when he did What's Going On, it became the biggest album that we had, even though I said you can't release it, but he convinced me by singing it to me and making me listen to it. So Marvin was that kind of a determined person. But then he had the crazy side, too, because he came to me one day and said, "Why are you paying taxes?" "You don't have to, you know, it's in the Constitution, you don't have to pay taxes." So I said, "Well, Marvin, I don't know where it's in the Constitution, and I don't know about it, but I do know if you do not pay your taxes, you will go to jail." And that was it.
And I know you recorded some of the speeches of Dr. Martin Luther King.
Yes, I did. Because our music was bringing people together, and Dr. King felt that our music was giving the same message he was trying to give. It was giving an emotional message where he was trying to give political and ethical reasons why people should all live together and be happy. And as he was there, hearing our music and how people were joining together, white and black and all of that, he was just so impressed with that. And he said he wanted me to work with him and be a part of him. So I released all 3 of his albums, and he actually signed a contract with Motown. And we had a wonderful time, and it was just great.
Let me ask you about the musical, which is opening here in London, because so many of the great songs, it's kind of, without wanting to sound too cheesy, but it's the soundtrack to our lives in a way, the Motown back catalogue. I mean, just incredible. It opens Tuesday here in London at the Shaftesbury Theatre, but it's the story of the record company. It's your story as well as the acts.
Yes.
And your relationship with Diana Ross is represented on stage, and I wonder, that must be, I would have thought, a strange thing to see that private side of your life on stage like that for an audience.
No, there was a lot of private things on the stage, because when I started my record company, and I felt that all people in the world were, you know, the same, you know, I mean, black, white, Jew, Gentile, cops and the robbers. I wanted them all to really understand my records and love them the same as we did, because I've always felt that everybody was created equal. Everybody was the same. And I must say, you know, that I am always so thrilled when I come here, because the UK was the first country outside of America that really understood our music even more than we did. And when we came here for the first time, and we were just in a little house in Detroit, and to know that our music had reached the UK was so amazing to us. We came up at Heathrow, and there were signs, and "Welcome Motown," and "We love you," and we were just shocked, and it amazed all of us, and we can never forget that.
You said it was from a little house. I just want to show this picture. This is the Motown house from way back in the day. If you just look at that, Hitsville, USA. That's quite some. Even then, you had that confidence to know that it wasn't just going to be an ironic joke. That's what you were going to be, Hitsville, USA.
We had great confidence, and I remember that very day that we named it. We said it's a house where hits are going to be built. And Hitsville was like kind of a hip thing, and I was, you know, a little hip guy, you know. And that was it.
Barry, I could talk to you all night, but we have some great music to listen to, so I'm just going to ask everyone to join me in saying thank you to Mr. Berry Gordy. Thanks to all our fabulous guests tonight. Join me again next week on the show, where I'll be joined by Glenn Close. One of my favourite American comedians, Marlon Wayans, will be here. From The X-Files, Gillian Anderson. We have comedian David Baddiel and music from Carrie Underwood. But now, from the cast of Motown the Musical, I want you to go crazy for Lucy, Ishan, Simeon, Devon, Kyle and Simon, or to give them their stage names, Diana Ross and the Jackson 5.
1973. The Detroit Free Press's front page proclaims, "Dope kingpins get away with it." They had names like Jesse James, Pretty Ricky, the Black Greek, and Mr. Clean. 2 of the 12 men listed as Detroit's biggest heroin dealers were next-door neighbors, and in reality, they were the 2 largest heroin dealers in Detroit, dwarfing the other men on the list. Eddie the Fat Man Jackson, charismatic son of a pool hall owner, and his chief lieutenant, Courtney the Field Marshal Brown, a former city bus driver, had built an empire on a par with men like Nicky Barnes and Frank Lucas of New York. But theirs was a very different and in many ways more sophisticated operation than Barnes and Lucas's, based on family ties and finesse more than murder and mayhem. They truly were the Motown Mafia, and the saga of Eddie Jackson, Courtney Brown, and their families stretched from the 1960s and into the present day. Starting in 1969, Eddie Jackson had built a tight inner circle of lieutenants like Charles Rudolph, Russell Clayton, Ronald 5-0 Garrett, Black Butch, and his right-hand man, Courtney Brown. All of them had grown up together in Detroit's old Black Bottom and Paradise Valley neighborhoods, forming an unbreakable foundation for their soon-to-come heroin empire.
Well, we all grew up in the same neighborhood. They call it Paradise Valley.
I came to Detroit from Alabama in the late 50s.
So when you looked at Black Bottom, you looked at musicians, but you also looked at more. You had a spirit of great entertainment.
The saloons and nightclubs that once made Paradise Valley's Hastings Street famous around the country are long gone now, replaced by urban renewal and shining new stadiums. But when Eddie Jackson and his crew were growing up, it was the heart of a vibrant community.
A lot of black folks were there, and they needed the very essentials that most communities need. They needed good housing. They needed to be able to maintain those houses. They needed employment. They need social relationships. All of that took place in Black Bottom.
During this time, you could leave your doors open.
Being a young boy growing up in the Black Bottom, we talk about neighborhoods in the good old days. That was a neighborhood. When they talk about leaving your door open and the lady down the street or the man down the street will whoop you for doing something wrong.
You would go out if you were Caucasian. You would party in other parts of Detroit. But after midnight, if you really wanted to have a party, you really wanted to eat good, you came down to Black Bottom. And the senselessness of crime didn't exist. They weren't going to rob you, they enjoyed you.
I met Eddie Jackson, he lived around the corner. My sister used to rent from his father.
Eddie Jackson and Courtney Brown first met in the late 40s when they were kids and formed a fast bond.
So Eddie had to be at least 5 or 6, and I had to be at least 10.
Their father didn't let them go anywhere unless Courtney took them. So he looked up to Courtney.
I met Eddie when I was about 6, 7 years old. I used to throw rocks at him because he was sort of heavy and I was little. He couldn't catch me, but I loved him because he was always a cheerful guy.
Eddie Jackson's father fled the South in the 1920s, possibly after some trouble with the law, and became a prominent businessman in Paradise Valley.
The audience needs to understand the significance of black entrepreneurship that was not considered simply a doctor or a dentist, that there were businessmen.
Eddie's father was a very successful businessman. He's one of the few black, he couldn't sell liquor, but he had beer and wine license back then because it was during the war.
He came to Detroit from Hot Springs, Arkansas. He was a different guy down there, but he changed his name. He had killed someone.
You had black men who were independent, like Mr. Jackson and others that were coming to the community. They ran legitimate businesses, but sometimes they also ran like the numbers business.
Bought a Lincoln Continental with push-button windows, which was unheard of in 1947, 1948.
Made his fortune, or the beginning of his fortune, selling homemade liquor. Put that into real estate.
While Paradise Valley was relatively safe in the 1950s, there was a thriving but well-controlled underground economy in effect.
Now you also had your red light district, so there was a great hypocrisy also.
There was drug addicts then, there was alcoholism and all gambling and all the rest of it. But as kids, it was no.
Money everywhere, nothing but hoes and pimps at the time.
Because you had strong prostitution. So I'm speaking of white businessmen, white factory workers and others would come over to the house of ill repute. So Black Bottom was a spiritual, a social enactment, more simply than just economic.
Even though we was poor and it was hard times, I always think pleasantly, back from that time.
It all balanced out very well, and then suddenly it got blown up.
By the early 60s, Paradise Valley and Black Bottom were fast becoming memories as urban renewal cleared the area. Eddie and his brother Elijah took over their father's pool hall when the elder Jackson died. Charles Rudolph joined the military, and Courtney Brown got married, started a family, and became just another working-class guy in the ultimate blue-collar city.
Then I got married in 1961. My daughter was born later on that year, Christmas. My son was born 3 days later, on the 28th of December, 1964. Started driving the bus at DSR.
Little did they know, Detroit's fortunes were about to take a turn for the worse, but Eddie Jackson's fortunes were about to take off.
The city had started to slide, but you couldn't see it yet. It was just barely beginning to go down.
I don't think you can ignore the social levees that broke in '67. I mean, they were coming all along. But once that riot broke, then the social norms and the parameters changed immensely.
The Detroit riot of 1967 was by far the worst to hit the country during that time and was the final nail in the coffin of Paradise Valley.
As Governor of the state of Michigan, I do hereby officially request the immediate deployment of federal troops into Michigan to assist state and local authorities in reestablishing law and order in the city of Detroit.
The city had gone from the land of opportunity to a nightmare of unemployment and blight. Then the heroin moved in.
The heroin is so strong over in the Orient, you can't snort it, you can't shoot. They were smoking. Guys came back with a habit. The local drug couldn't support it.
When Eddie Jackson's father died, he left his sons Eddie and Elijah a substantial inheritance. But by 1969, the money was long gone, thanks to the brothers' penchant for the good life. Eddie went to work in an auto plant, but was injured.
The insurance company won't pay me. So you got a pretty good understanding of the procedure once you read these papers and see.
Eddie enlisted his childhood buddy, Courtney, to help him receive a disability settlement and used the proceeds to make his first foray into the heroin game.
He gave me $800. Then he turned to me and said, Courtney, I'm going into drug business. I say, is you crazy? I say, what do you know about drugs, Eddie? And for him, you can make a lot of money.
I'm the original. As far as selling drugs for Eddie Jackson, I'm the first guy that ever did it. Me and Sidell Kincaid. At the time, Eddie was just hustling around the pool room, and hustling crap games. And he went and bought a little stuff and put it in the building across from the pool room, and me and Sidell went to selling it.
Which I don't see Eddie again for another couple of months. I comes back down there, and he tells me that the guys ran off with his money, and he broke again. Well, I fill his income tax out. So I filled his income tax out. He went back in business again.
Guys ran scams on us. Sissy Sam and Buddy. They used to sell the weight down in the valley. So Eddie thinking he under the impression he buying a quarter pure because he getting him $2.50 for it. It's not pure, it's mixed jive. So me and Sidell, we struggling selling this,
Eddie kept at it, parlaying his income tax return into another small load. This time, he started making money.
I was visiting Eddie once, and he had a guy over his house, was a heroin dealer. He had a El Dorado, a guy named Youngblood. He was snorting some heroin, and I was looking at him hard, and Eddie hunched me and said, don't look at the man like you crazy. This guy had a grocery store, drove a El Dorado, was real sharp. He was dealing drugs. Because I was over there helping him cap up dollar caps. They used to call them penny caps.
While the Italian mafia still dominated the heroin trade in Detroit, by the late 60s, black dealers were striking out on their own. Chief among them was Henry Marzette.
Now, in my research, we go back to the 50s and found out that heroin was there. You start talking about Henry Marzette.
Marzette was really the first urban godfather here in Detroit.
Who was a police officer and then became the man in drugs. But he wasn't the only one.
He was kicked off the police force in, I believe, 1956 or 57 for shaking down numbers operators in Detroit as well as drug dealers and purveyors.
I knew him. I ain't like Needham. I knew him. I knew all of them. Marzette and them was into murder and kidnapping and all that.
As a police officer, everything he learned about the drug game, and now he was going to apply it to himself, becoming a godfather.
I was given money as a young man on Washington Boulevard by Henry Marzette. And I had an uncle who was a major player, and I was bedazzled by Marzette. He was wearing house shoes. He had a black Fleetwood, 1965. He had a black Fleetwood Cadillac that I thought was the coolest car in the world. And he gave me money for school. And that's what he said. The money wasn't for me to go and get clever in an Italian knit. He gave me that money and he said, and I expect for you to go and use this for school and nothing else.
Eddie Jackson's meteoric rise in the dope game came when he met a shadowy figure in Detroit's underworld, John Claxton.
Marzette had the name, but actually Claxton was the guy who really had the weight.
The Italian mafia around here in Detroit had really been the primary wholesalers dating back to Prohibition. You had men like Giovanni Papa John Prizziola and Raphael Jimmy Q or Jimmy the Goon Quazzarano. Mr. Quazzarano as well as Mr. Prizziola had very, very solid ties over in Sicily as well as ties into the French connection.
Claxton had met a connect out in Oak Park, some Italian.
Claxton was being fed top-quality heroin through Sam the Mustache Norber, a remnant of Detroit's infamous Jewish Purple Gang.
He was getting some of the best dope in the city. No question about it.
This territory was always recognized nationally as not just a hub for Detroit Italians, but a hub for national Italians to get their drugs.
So we were scuffling with it, you know, and we did this for like 4 or 5 months.
In '69, Eddie Jackson finally caught a break. A well-known junkie in Paradise Valley by the name of Box claimed he could hook Eddie up with someone big.
Box, he was just another average guy, man, addict, who happened to know Claxton.
First thing Box said, man, give me a blow, I'm sick. Eddie said, man, you ain't done what you say, man. Don't worry about it, man. No big man, don't worry about it. Who is this guy you talking about? John Claxton. Man, and you a junkie and you don't, I know him. He just bought a house in Palmer Park, cost $40,000. I said, man, ain't no nigga got $40,000. So sure enough, he did know Claxton. He took Eddie out there. Eddie came back with some jive. I look at the package. I figured sugar or flour. I said, what is that? He said, that's dope. I said, man, a person pay you for this shit? He said, yeah. They start capping up the jive. I'm fascinated because I'd never seen heroin or cocaine in my life. I'm 30 years old, never seen it. And I said, what they do? He said, they're capping up these penny caps and they sell them for $1 a piece.
With Eddie now being supplied by John Claxton, his operation took off. And soon Eddie could be seen riding the streets in a brand new red convertible Cadillac.
I was working at the gas station on Gratiot and Madison. Eddie used to come through with them Cadillacs and stuff, you understand, which, you know, every black guy, you understand, wanted to drive a Cadillac. And I used to tell Eddie, let me hustle with him. He said, man, you know I can't hustle with you because, you understand, you know your mama would kill me.
Eddie come flying around the corner in a 1969 red Cadillac convertible, brand new.
San Mateo red. I never will forget it because we had went out to the car dealership out on Grand River, and he had picked that car out when we had first started, and I was like, man, you ain't finna make that kind of money to buy no Cadillac, you know, because I'm not thinking that big, but he is. And when I came home, he had that Cadillac.
Get in the car. I said, I'm not getting in the car, it's stolen. And Lodger, his brother laughed, said, no, Eddie just bought it at Coffee Cadillac for $6,900. I said, $6,900? He paid cash for it.
Once Eddie hooked up with Claxton, he started getting a product that he could work with, you know.
Seeing his buddy's business was now booming, Courtney Brown decided to supplement his day job by moonlighting with Eddie.
My mother and father had separated. And my father went to stay at this house on Mark Twain Street. And that morning, I woke up in the morning, and I hear these men talking in the kitchen. And I peeped in the kitchen, and it was a pile of white substance on the table. I had no idea what it was. The pile had to be like 4 feet high. But my father, he ushered me back in the room.
Eddie soon assigned him the task of finding an apartment building he could purchase to use as a headquarters for the operation. Courtney found it on Hancock Street and John R. in Midtown Detroit.
They was getting a little bigger. They opened a place on Hancock.
He kept saving his money, and then he bought that building up there on Hancock, and then he started selling quarters.
They wanted somebody that could come and pick up the money. And Courtney was already working with them.
He said, Berman, you 5-0, y'all can stay upstairs then. When they ask for the dope, y'all drop it down there, he bring y'all the money.
As Detroit was changing and crime was skyrocketing in the city, the Hancock building quickly became one of the city's most thriving heroin spots.
On my shift, I would open the door, customer give me the money. I would go up the steps, put the money through a chute in the door. They had made a pipe in the ceiling. They would drop the dope down right in front of the door. The customer would pick it up. I took their money, but I never handed them any product. Then I would open the door and let them out.
With the Hancock Street building, my father was the caretaker there. And I used to come visit my father. And at this time, Courtney and Eddie used to be in and out of the building. And so they gave me the job, but when I get out of school, to come over there and vacuum the floor, you know, tidy up the building, outside the building.
Penny caps downstairs, and we sell what we call weight then, was like 1 gram or 2 grams, 8 balls.
Penny caps, which is dollar caps, out the back door, and they were selling half, quarters, and eighths out the front.
The drug dealer is the first time that we begin to see money that was well beyond pimps. You started seeing a different type of young black man. You started seeing Mercedes-Benzes. You started seeing a Rolls-Royce occasionally.
My father used to tell me, do not go in the basement. But me being a young guy and, you know, being mischievous, I go in the basement anyway. And I see the same thing again. A&P bags full of money. But only this time, another section of the basement had A&P bags with these little brown packages in them, with what we know as eighths. And each bag was filled all the way to the top.
First time we made $1,000. We thought we was doing a hell of a thing. That was 69. The first time we ever made $1,000 in one day.
I just seen people come there and get packages. Learn, you know, a whole bag full of eighths. You know, I never seen nobody come get a single nothing.
Violence and other problems were avoided by strategy and focus. Eddie Jackson ran things differently than most dealers. Customer service was his #1 commandment.
We didn't have security problems at the joint because only one person, you couldn't come in 3 people and only one person buying. That doesn't leave room for a robbery on that part.
On the average, we was doing $10,000 a day. On the weekend, we do $15,000.
So you needed 2, 3, 4, 5 people to be going through at different times, picking up the money.
We had guys working 3 shifts, just like they working the 4th. We paid vacation. They worked 8 hours a day. They got paid for overtime. And we had a bunch of law workers.
My father would call me and say, the fat man wants you to go to the store for him. I used to have to catch a bus from Lafayette and Shane all the way to Hancock and John R. just to go to the store for him for an orange pop, and he would give me $100.
As the Hancock took off, an arrangement was made with the 13th Police Precinct to provide protection from raids in exchange for a share of the drug proceeds.
After the business really got big, police used to come once a month to get paid.
This paid off when Eddie and Courtney got tipped by the Detroit police of an impending raid by federal narcotics officials.
They approached Eddie and told him, look here, man, we get word that they're going to raid because they heard there's a big dope house on Hancock.
The local cops told the dealers to leave a small amount of heroin packs in the spot, but diluted to less than normal strength. So when the feds came, they'd think the Hancock building was just another small-time operation.
Showed up, they raided that night. Showed up, they find the few packs that we left around. The workers, they were just junkies. Let them go.
But he was a thinker, and I think that's what you saw, a thinker minus the violence, temporarily anyway. When I say that, he knew how to move his kilos, he knew about connections. For the first time, we were seeing young black men with an option of, you can do this, not be on Wall Street, but you can do this and be a thinker. And that was very different.
He was the businessman. He was always, people would come and talk to him, and he was like he was giving directions. He was like he was the facilitator.
I never seen Courtney do a whole lot of talking and stuff. He was always smooth.
You know, I didn't never see him get loud with nobody. I never seen him with a confrontation with nobody. He was always cool. A well-oiled machine all the time.
People see Eddie as a great businessman, which he was, and he got this from his father. But I've always said myself, Eddie was an expert on understanding human nature, and a lot of people might not remember well enough to give him credit for that.
And that's one of the standards that Eddie would always apply. Look at, you do not mistreat the customer, period. If they ain't got enough money, so what? You take the $8 and ride with it and call it whatever it is. His philosophy was this: as long as I get 95% of the money, I could care less about the 5%.
This is another reason probably that kept a lot of things from happening to him, is how he didn't get played out his life, because a lot of drug dealers did.
No harassment, no talking about them, no degrading them, and not trading sex for favors, sex for drugs. If a woman come in there and they have no money, you can't tell her to have oral sex with you and you will give her the credit. That was a no-no. If you cut that, you was fired.
I didn't been in situations where a guy might owe someone some money and you can't pay him. And he's like, well, you got your daughter in the back room, let me go back there with her. And we'll kill this bill. We never did nothing like that.
Though the money was beginning to really pour in for Eddie and his crew, Courtney Brown decided he'd had enough and went back to working full-time as a bus driver.
I went on back to work and bought a house on Mark Twain. For a whole year, I didn't see Eddie then.
By 1970, Eddie was one of the biggest dealers in the city, and Courtney was growing tired of the street life.
Latter of the year 1970, Halloween, I don't know, I came to a crossroad in my life. I said, well, if I go back to work for the state or go back and hustle with Eddie, I decided to go see Eddie. And he said, you can help Rudolph, Five-O, and Russell and Fairleigh mix up. I was behind in my house note and all that, and he said, don't worry about it, I'll straighten it when I get back.
Every street between here and America Park, it was a joint, and everybody was getting money. Everybody was getting money at that time. This was in, like I say, 69, all the way to the early 70s. No guy selling drugs or make as much money as he was making because we were selling mixed jive. That's where your money was made. That was quinine, dormant, and lactose. We would take a key and make 9 keys.
Just as Courtney returned to the crew, John Klassen, Eddie's main supplier, disappeared. Under indictment and facing a lengthy jail sentence, he fled Detroit and became one of DEA's #1 fugitives. Klassen was never seen again. Eddie continued to briefly do business with Klassen's wife, but he desperately needed a new source for heroin if he wanted to keep getting rich. Eddie had a plan.
They did just granted Ali his license back to fight. And the buzz was everybody's going to New York. When Eddie goes to fight, he goes dressed all up and drives his Fleetwood and bring to the fight.
Eddie Jackson and his entourage made such an impression at Madison Square Garden that Ebony magazine published a photo of them alongside the now infamous shot of Frank Lucas in his chinchilla hat. In New York, Eddie, so the story goes, bumped into some Italians, most likely members of the Bronx-based Gambino crew that distributed most of the French Connection heroin entering the country. The Italians observed that Eddie appeared to be in the same business as them and that maybe they could work together.
He comes back. So we meet. He said, look here, man, I met some Italians, and they say they letting the stuff go for $16,000 a key. He asked me, he said, what do you think? I said, Eddie, you know more than I know. He said, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to send Dolph up there with $50,000, get 3 keys.
Eddie didn't know it at the time, but he had just made one of the great connections of the golden age of heroin.
Back at the hotel room, I put the heroin in the clothes. When I get on the plane, I put it in the overhead compartment. And it was just that easy.
Realizing the gold mine they had on their hands, Eddie and Courtney began flooding the streets of Detroit with their new product.
That was my first job, transporting from New York to Detroit. I would take 2 or 3 million at a time.
Every couple of weeks or month, we would make a trip up to New York and cop and come on back.
I never had no problem because, like I say, hey, we was protected from the time you stand. I pick it up to the time I get across George Washington Bridge.
As the organization grew, Eddie stuck to his old circle of childhood friends from the bottom.
When I came home from the joint, that's who he had around him. He had 5-0, Rudolph, Courtney was there, and Russell was there. Yeah, that's who he had around him.
Everybody had a bag from different people, you understand, that was getting it from Eddie. At that time, Eddie was supplying, if not everybody, direct or indirect.
Eddie had the uncanny ability to inspire people.
He had a very good grasp on human nature. You know, what people might do, what people want to do.
He would say, look here, man, here's a couple ounces. Then after that, he'd say, you ain't no half-ounce person. You're a half a kilo, man. Here, you know, pay me, you know, when you get ready. And Eddie started him off from the ground floor up.
Eddie Jackson's legend was growing in the streets just as fast as his bankroll.
Well, first of all, I told you he was a people person and loved the people that was his audience, his customers and their family and kids, even people that wasn't his customer. You didn't have to be his customer to be in his audience. You understand? All you had to do was catch him on the right day and be there, and you was on. You was finna see something that you probably ain't gonna witness again in your lifetime. A lot of stories other people told to me because he was sort of bashful in telling me this. When he came home, we'd go out hanging together, and other people come telling me stories, and he'd sit there kind of bashful. That's my, did you really do that, Pop? You know how that is. You understand? Niggas push a button on me, and at that time, I had to be Superman. You understand? When they pushed that button, I turned into Superman. You understand? And that's how it was.
We've turned the corner on drug addiction in the United States. Drug addiction in the United States is under control.
Richard Nixon might have thought he had the country's drug problem under control, but he certainly didn't have Eddie Jackson under control.
It was Eddie Jackson's crew, and then it was just everybody else that probably got stuff through Eddie Jackson.
Everybody in the city knew Eddie Jackson, and everybody knew he was on top of the pyramid. I was his right-hand man.
Well, yeah, he was real charismatic, you know, wore diamonds, flashy stuff, wear his hair in this Superfly hairstyle and so forth.
Ain't nobody compared with Eddie Jackson since Eddie Jackson left. He could be emulated but never duplicated.
He used to come to the joints that I used to be at and buy everybody everything they want and give us some money to do the same thing. Open up the crap table and have us to gamble with him. Yeah, he beat us all because he keep on betting. And sooner or later, he gonna throw a 7 or something on us, and he turn around and give us all back the money that he gave us and leave out.
If he go out, he rolling, okay, I'm gonna take 250 people, I got $1 million to blow, we all gonna go down here and blow this $1 million together. So we all going to the fight, we all going wherever we going. Nobody gonna be shortchanged. You ain't got to worry about being hungry if you got enough money to gamble.
Eddie was a entertainer. He entertained us. When he walked, he talked shit all the time.
He have a bag full of $1 bills in the car, because all the $1 bills that came from the joints and from the streets, he throw that away. You know, he'd ride down the middle of the street and just throw that out the window.
Throwing money out of the car, down in the Brewster Projects.
Yeah, he used to ride down John on throw money out the window and everything.
You're like, we'd be riding down the street, not don't have nothing to do. And we have a sack of money. And Eddie said, man, we just take this money, just throw it out the window, ride down Woodward.
You just go crazy, grabbing the money and so forth.
Stampede, you understand? People running, turning cars over, trying to get the money.
All the $1 bills, he didn't keep them. He kept $100 bills in his pocket. You know, I said, damn, he got all the $100 bills in America.
I remember Eddie giving a lot of people money and say, oh, we need you, you know, and turn them on to the business.
And then sometime the personal ones, he would stop and ask you all right? You say, yeah, well, I'm sort of all right. It's going in his pocket. Ain't telling what he might give you. No telling. And that was a life that they don't have now, you know.
This is another reason I believe that he threw the money out of the car, because he appreciated his customers. He also knew without his customers, even though they was using heroin, it would be no him.
What these men represent was a new way of entrepreneurship and also what you did with that money. They're the ones that started showing up at the fights that were Ali and Frazier. They were the ones that were traveling for the first time. We never saw that before. You talking about traveling, you get in your Cadillac and go to Chicago, you get in your Cadillac, go to Alabama. But suddenly these young men that had drug money, and it spread very quickly, the girl like, oh, I want to get with, you know, Eddie or whoever, because they're going down to the Bahamas. Or they even, some of them were talking about going overseas. They were really just a whole new frame of thinking that the black community had not seen before.
We'd have been Amsterdam, Holland, past France. Be true was I was the only one really traveling with him, you understand, going around, you understand, the country, you know. A few guys went with us, you understand, but like I say, most of everybody else would get homesick, and me and him keep on going. It was beautiful. Whenever you see a black guy, the way we was dressed and the way kind of jewelry and stuff we had on, they thought we was entertainers or something, you understand, but we wasn't, you know. South America, from Rio de Janeiro all the way up to the Panama Canal.
By 1971, Eddie and Courtney's crew were so legendary that when Courtney bumped into prolific black author Donald Goines, a Detroit native and heroin addict, Goines told him that the streets of the city knew that they were the best that ever did it in the heroin game. Goines even based many events in his novels on the real exploits of Eddie Jackson and his crew.
He said, I come from the old school and I've been seeing it all, from all the guys who so-called from Marzette to Nick the Greek, to John Claxton, the whole crew. And as far as we're concerned, y'all number one.
With their strong plug to the French Connection heroin pipeline, the Jackson organization was operating at the absolute highest levels of the drug world.
It's a very complex subject, I would say, but it is a time that was, I think, revolutionary. These new men came on the scene and they were doing cutthroat business, but they were businessmen. No different than Al Capone and company during Prohibition.
Along with men like Nicky Barnes, Frank Matthews, and Frank Lucas's supplier Ike Atkinson, Eddie Jackson was on the short list of most powerful black gangsters in the country.
There's only was 2 or 3 people that Italians black were dealing with. Eddie was one, Frank Matthews, and one of them, Frank Goldfinger.
September 1971, the Jackson organization suffers its first setback. Eddie's girlfriend, Farrah Lee, is spotted at the airport traveling with 2 men and a large sum of cash to New York.
When they get to New York, the DEA was tipped off by the clerk at the airport that a black woman and 2 black guys had large sums of money going to New York. She calls my house and tell Eddie she got the package. I tells Eddie to tell her don't go back to the airport, get away from the airport. So anyway, she gets to the airport, they stops her. She had 2 kilos of heroin. She refused to cooperate, period. She wouldn't tell them nothing. But one of the guys, Reynolds, who was with her, told the DEA that she was working for a guy named Eddie Jackson. She was his girlfriend, and that's what the dope was going to.
With Lee incarcerated and Eddie's name now known to federal drug agents, the Field Marshal, Courtney Brown, was dispatched to New York to deal with the problem.
When Eddie got ready to post the bond for her, they said no, that they gonna do harm to the girl if she got out. To tell Mr. Jackson, post another $50,000 if you want the girl out. So I flew back to Detroit, picked up $50,000, took it back to the bonding company. The girl got out.
After being hooked up with F. Lee Bailey's legal partner, H. Ross Black, Farrelly was finally granted bond. But Eddie Jackson and his crew were on the Fed's radar in a major way.
They gave her 7 years. She done 3 years or something like that.
With all the heroin they had coming in, Eddie decided to get out of the retail business and become strictly wholesale. He called a meeting at Courtney Brown's house.
He calls a meeting, Charles Rudolph, Ronald Garrett, and myself, and Eddie.
Eddie figured he had went as far as he could in the business that way.
Meet in my kitchen. Eddie announced that he's getting out of that part of the business. Y'all can have it. Y'all can split it up among yourself. You can be your own boss. He says the only person got a choice in this is Courtney. He can stay with me or he can be his own boss, and I can understand that. He said, plus, y'all been good loyal workers. I'm going to give each one of y'all $10,000 apiece. Y'all free to do what y'all want to do. The business is y'all. As of Monday, I'm through with it.
Myself, 5-0, we set our own operation up. 5-0 had his crew, and I had my crew.
Him and 5-0 feuded a lot. They started that price war thing and ran the price of stuff down to half a quarters for $20, and they was just...
Instantly, my business took off. 5-0's took off anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000 a day.
Rudolph was my man. He would drop off the big bags of quarters to me, big shopping bags full of quarters, and pick up the shopping bags full of money.
I started off with 5-0, Ronald Garrett, and like I said, he was the fool out of the whole group. You understand? I'm talking about knocking police out and all that. And like I say, when I started off with him, you understand, I stayed in jail, you understand, fighting the police with him. I mean, he used to knock them out 2 and 3 and 4 at a time. 5-0, he was a renegade. I used to pick up his money. Anywhere, you understand, never no less than $50,000, you understand, a day.
By this time, Eddie himself was grossing roughly $2 million a month, over $10 million in today's dollars. Triple that figure by the time Rudolph, 5-0, and others sold it in the street.
Eddie, by that time, after the Italian man, Eddie had shot past everybody in the city put together. And when we do, we could dump 10 kilos at one time. And we gonna see the guys for 2 weeks. I go collect the money. 2 weeks, they get another package.
Insulated from the streets, Eddie and Courtney spent their time with family and hobnobbing with every black celebrity that passed through Detroit at the height of the Motown era.
And then he come down the Heat Wave bar, was right off of Vernon in the expressway. He's sitting there with, it'd be a gang of people out there waiting on him, and they'd close the bar down so he can eat chicken in the basket. That's all he would want, chicken in the basket. And then, goddamn it, he'd have to sneak out the back door. And the goddamn Rose or one of them would pull up in the back and pick him up. You know, because Eddie looked out for him, so they would see if they could get a few bucks or something. Basically, he did give everybody something. If he said that he'd come see about you, he'd have somebody here, a butcher, one of them to come find you and give you what he said.
I'm not there to glorify, but it was a time of wine, women, and song. The entertainers wanted to take pictures with the likes of those men like Eddie Jackson. So you'd see the O.J.'s and the beautiful, like Phyllis Hyman. They were the ones that would go to the little private parties after a concert, and those men were an elite group.
Red Fox crossed paths with Eddie and Courtney at a show in Detroit, and they showed him all the best hospitality.
And he said, where y'all guys from? We said, Detroit. And then he said, I like that white girl. The white girl? Who me and he looked at each other? There's a lot of white girls around here. We know he's talking about cocaine. I'm having a new TV show. Yeah, what's named Stanford and Son. So we went and got his cocaine. He had his own personal suite up in the Pontchartrain.
It was once said that 80% of Motown music at that time was done under the influence of Eddie Jackson's drugs.
Anytime any entertainers came to the city, we were supplying them with cocaine because we was giving it to them. Richard Pryor, the Dale, the O.J.
knew Ouija, the Dramatics, Eddie Kendricks.
You name them, we served them. And they got it all free. Because me and Eddie used to buy 2 and 3 keys of cocaine just for our personal.
By this time, Eddie was more of a celebrity himself than many of the Motown acts, and he floated through the streets like a movie star.
There were these names of guys who also hung out with the very stylish and important men who were part of Berry Gordy's Motown. So you're looking at Holland Dozier. Those were young men writing songs, making money. So you had this whole image of cool that had changed.
But back then, it wasn't about no territory. It was about having a good time. Who was the sharpest? Who had the biggest diamond ring?
While the Jackson organization handled their business like a Fortune 500 company, most of Detroit's other dealers seemed more concerned with murder than making money.
It was coming up in the paper then. People was getting crossed out their life, and large sums of money missing.
By 72, Detroit's murder rate led the country, and Detroit had become known all around the world as the Murder City.
The 750 murders last year was a record for Detroit, murder capital of the country. Detroit's murder rate is twice that of New York and Chicago. It is 4 times that of some cities.
And for the next 2 to 3 years, you had an all-out drug war in Detroit.
Drug pushers, procurers, killers are considered heroes of sorts.
I was headstrong, so murder or shooting and all that was the norm for me. So, but that's what me and Eddie wouldn't agree at. The guys I was running with, that was the norm for them. But Eddie wouldn't ever tolerate that. And
a lot of people that I've spoken to have referred to him as the gentleman gangster. The guy that was street savvy, that knew how to make a living on the street in the underworld, knew how to, the ultimate politician, meet the right people, make the right connections, and make everyone happy, and do it all without having to really brandish a gun.
Somehow we avoided all that. We knew who the characters was, but they said they wouldn't bother us and we didn't bother them.
He fancied himself a businessman that happened to sell drugs as opposed to a psychopathic drug dealer killer that happened to also kind of dabble in business.
While Courtney and Eddie were able to steer clear of much of the killing, they were also prepared and ready to deal with dangers that lurked in the Murder City.
Somebody had mentioned to somebody else that they was going to rob it because he used to wear diamonds and stuff. I remember they were shooting at the people down the alley.
I remember this one guy, he had robbed Eddie a couple times over there in Chicago, where Fairleigh used to stay. He caught Eddie in the hallway and he robbed him once, took the jewelry and stuff. And he caught him again and he had robbed him. Eddie had told him, said, look, man, I hit you a couple of licks. I know you a hustler just like I'm a hustler, but we cut this on out. So dude didn't pay heed. So, he came up on the missing end.
He was one of the main figures that the stick-up men and all that wanted to get.
Everybody knew in the city, all the so-called bad guys, good guys. 5-0, Charles Rudolph, Courtney, Eddie, ain't nothing to play with. If it come down to a gunplay, they ain't scared to do what they got to do.
They were players, and they were also part of urban legend. There would be a lot of younger guys looking at them. They would watch who Eddie Jackson, they wanted to see what he was wearing. If he wore a certain style, even if they couldn't afford it, it's kind of like the Nike commercials with Michael Jordan, be like Mike. They wanted to be like that gangster. And he was the man, and it wasn't a lot of puffing up. I never even saw anything remotely close to violence because those guys were too smart. They didn't do anything about it.
Relative house of mine to allegedly conduct some business with this guy, Norman Burton. And him and I was in the kitchen talking. A friend of mine was with me, named Joe Weaver. He overheard a conversation. He didn't get all the conversation, but it's enough to alert him to come in the kitchen and call me aside and say, Courtney, this guy talking about robbing us. I said, give me the pistol. So I came back in the kitchen, and I didn't even have to ask questions. I put it to his head. And I said, I should blow your goddamn brains out right now. And he pleaded me, George, get Courtney, man, I ain't done nothing, I ain't said nothing. So I said, that's the only reason why you ain't dead now.
December 1971, Courtney and Eddie receive a huge load of heroin from New York.
December the 14th, the Italians called me and say, tell your man, Eddie, everything is straight. Eddie and I have a meeting to plot how we're going to do this. We agreed that we weren't going to go back to this address on Hubble, 19315 Hubble.
Unknown to them, in the 3 months since Farrelly's arrest at the airport with 2 keys of pure heroin, they had been under constant surveillance and wiretap monitoring.
Got 12 kilos. We're going to cut it 10 times at a minimum. So that would have been 120 kilos.
Just as the cutting process of the pure heroin began, federal agents burst in the stash on the 19,000 block of Hubble in northwest Detroit.
It was the last day of the wiretaps. Eddie and George Blair gets on the phone and tells 4 or 5 people that the dope is there. Here the police, and then all the hell broke loose. Eddie and I runs upstairs, because it was upstairs. We see the dope not put in the stash like it's supposed to be. The guy who's supposed to been watching, Reggie, went down watching television and was watching the door.
22 kilos of heroin were discovered, which stood for 40 years as the largest heroin seizure in Michigan history.
Eddie threw the dope up in the air. It was so strong they had to get gas masks. So they arrested us, all of 5 of us. Eddie paid everybody bond. We bond out. When they raided Eddie's house, my house, and they don't find no drugs or nothing. But at Eddie's house, found a lot of paperwork from real estate he owned.
Free on bail, Eddie and Courtney laid low for several weeks. But in January '72, a massive 32-person indictment came down on the crew.
I remember I was at home. I got a call one morning, and I answered the phone, and then they hung up. And the next thing, the door went crashing in.
After everyone was picked up by the feds, Eddie hired famed civil rights attorney and Malcolm X's confidant, Milton Henry, to lead the criminal defense team and bailed out all 32 co-defendants with his own money.
That was it. It was a 16-count indictment, manufacturing and distribution of heroin and cocaine.
The indictments did little to slow down the Jackson organization.
A side note to the Jackson story that I find interesting is that most of Jackson's biggest making months or years were at the time that he was dealing with a lot of legal wranglings. That he was under several indictments under the same time that he was making himself the biggest wholesale drug dealer in all of Detroit and possibly all of the Midwest. So that's a very fascinating aspect of it.
The Italians called, always checking on us. We informed them what happened. They said, don't worry about it. Send your man back up here.
With the heroin still flowing, Eddie and Courtney got right back to work.
Then they came back with 2 kilos. Out of the 2 kilos, we made 30 kilos out of it. But everybody then got busted and is scared to deal with us now because they bust. So for about 1 or 2 weeks, we couldn't sell nothing. Then about 2 days later, Eddie come by my house, blowing the horn. Ooh, Berman, here. I said, what? Gave me a bag of money. I said, what's this? $60,000. Man, this guy named JC is flipping this stuff. So from that on, things picked up.
Despite their legal troubles, 1972 and 73 became the biggest money-making years for the crew. Eddie Jackson decided to buy a home, which he tore down and rebuilt, in one of Detroit's most exclusive suburbs, the mostly Jewish city of Southfield.
When Eddie moved to Southfield, he said, I want these people to know I got some help, and I want y'all to come out here every day.
Eddie then made Courtney his official partner in the business.
Why don't you move out here with your man? I said, move where? He said, Southfield. I said, I can't afford to live in Southfield. Y'all work for you. Oh, Berman, fuck that shit. All right, here, I'll tell you what. From now on, you ain't on salary no more. You get percentage of whatever comes in. So every time something come in, you get X amount of dollars. Now, can you afford it? I said, yeah. He said, all right, then.
I remember vividly when my parents told me and my sister that we were moving to Southfield and that we were going to be moving next to to Eddie, and I knew Eddie from coming by when we lived off Outer Drive on Mark Twain. We went out to Northland Gardens, and he's got this Olympic-sized swimming pool.
While Eddie focused on the streets, Courtney focused on his family life.
Paid cash for the interior decorator, cost $50,000 for the interior decorator. Paid $65,000 cash for the house. Bought 3 new cars, jewelry and stuff.
You knew once I saw the new neighborhood we were going to be moving into that this was a lot nicer than the way most people lived.
First time I walked in their house, I'm talking about it was like it was magical. Yellow carpet, powder blue furniture, and a black baby grand piano. I didn't see stuff like that on TV. And there's a stairwell leading up, stairs to the bedroom.
Smokey Robinson down the street, Pete Moore, Doc Netta, one of the Holland Doziers in Holland.
At this time, there maybe have been 6 black kids in the whole public school system. Most all their parents were professionals, pharmacists, doctors, or lawyers. There was a few of the Motown people who stayed around us, Smokey Robinson and Temptations and Spinners.
Me and my brothers, we became celebrities because people knew that we were family. We like 16, 15, 16, and 17. We used to drive out to Southfield and show these people. Our cousins live in that house there.
They never saw me with no drugs. If there wasn't no call in my house tell Courtney Joe blows on the corner, or hey, can we come by and pick up a package? It didn't happen. It wasn't going to happen. They didn't see nothing, and all they needed to see me was a lot of money.
It seemed like there was always bags of money coming and going in the house.
Just stacked almost to the ceiling, just a room full of money stacked to the ceiling.
Even as a kid, you're able to put together the fact that things I want, I can get.
Just being spoiled to death, getting anything that your mind could even think you wanted, and more.
The doorbell rings, I get on the intercom, and I ask, who is it? And the guy says, Joe Weaver. Now, I know Joe Weaver. I know he's a good friend of my father, and I know he's working with my dad and everything. So he goes on to explain to me that I need to tell my father that he's with Muhammad Ali. And I look out the window, and I see somebody's with Joe Weaver, and I'm like, okay, let me go tell father that Muhammad Ali's at the door. I try to tell my father, who's asleep basically, try to explain to him that Joe Weaver is saying that he's got Muhammad Ali at the door and that we got to let him in. My father's having no patience. I tell Joe Weaver to see me in the morning. I don't got time for this shit. I go back and tell Joe that my father says he's not getting out of bed. And then the next morning, Joe Weaver comes back with a bunch of pictures of him and Muhammad Ali.
What really started the problem with us was me and Eddie started getting high of cocaine.
It's just about that 74 Fleetwood, that blue one. We went and got 4 ounces of cocaine.
I had drove all the way to Texas. We ran out of cocaine. He said, well, let's turn around and go back. And another friend of ours, Hucklebuck, he was with me at the time, and he was really mad at me and Eddie because he thought me and him was the 2 biggest fools in the world.
We get to ride, and they getting high. We had about maybe $150,000 in the back seat with me. But Union, Missouri, and state troopers pulled us over. But we couldn't hide the money because the money wasn't in no suitcase or no bags. We just had it spread on the back seat. So he looked and see the money. So he get on the radio talking about we got three bank robbers. So the next morning, Milton Henry come and got us, and we got out.
The problems in Missouri were small time compared to what happened in Pennsylvania. He was pulled over driving Courtney Brown's wife's Cadillac. In the trunk, state police found 11 pounds of heroin and 3 kilos of cocaine. Milton Henry got Eddie out of that jam, too. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court dismissed the case after certain donations were delivered to Philadelphia by Courtney Brown.
I went into that foolishness. It was business to me. And family came first, and I could separate the one from the other.
He kept it so separate, and he's my Little League baseball coach. He's my Little League basketball coach. A lot of the kids from the neighborhood came by and played at our house. And, if you ask most of the kids I grew up with, their memories of my father would be him out shooting hoops with us.
And he'd throw the basketball, come on. I ain't too old. I'll whoop you. I don't care how you. We used to sit out there and play basketball. He used to bet me. He used to bet me that I couldn't whoop him. I never whooped him in basketball.
But any illusions anyone may have had about their new suburban lifestyle was shattered in March of '73 when the front page of the Detroit newspapers listed Eddie and Courtney as two of the city's kingpins.
Third grade, on my way to school, like every morning I walk out and I pick up the newspaper and I bring it back in the house. And the front page of it is a picture of Eddie's house and of our house. And the caption reads, Kingpin Eddie Jackson lives in lap of luxury, and the house to the left is his chief associate, Courtney Brown. And I read it, and I throw the paper back into the house like always. And then me and Eddie walk to get on the school bus, and it hits me as I'm getting on the bus that everybody else just read the same paper. And
about the investigation that the feds had when they indicted all those guys. Now, I was running the house on Benson, and I was selling like anywhere from like $25,000 worth of quarters a day. And my name never came up in the indictment, so the indictment had to be kind of ephemeral, you know, a little short and compact, you know what I'm saying? They didn't know the whole story, you know, there was a whole lot of people that didn't get indicted, man, that should have got indicted, but didn't.
When Courtney took his daughter to enroll in an elite private school, they knew just who he was.
So we went to Country Day. We get to Country Day, Junior was with us, and the guy opened up a folder. And I look in the folder, they got headlines, drug kingpin, lives in Southfield. Let me tell you like this, I got enough money to send them anywhere in the world to school. And I was not allowed my daughter to be harassed or victimized by what something I may have did, I may not did, because at the time I hadn't been convicted of anything.
One Christmas, my mother and father took us to Toys R Us, and you know, most kids have a shopping list or a Santa Claus wish list, but we didn't have a list. They just told us to pick out what we wanted. They didn't put a limit on how many toys to get or what toys to get. And me and my sister just went aisle after aisle, and then after we got a carload of stuff, and that was Christmas.
And I had a little younger brother and sister. They used to come over to their house on the weekends. And when they used to come back home Sunday night, it's like they've been in Macy's. They used to come home with bikes, bags of clothes. And I'm like, I wish I was younger so I can get some of this stuff too.
Like any good father, my father would pass out candy at Halloween. But he would keep a pistol at the bottom of the Halloween bag.
The Jackson trial finally came to a head, and nearly 30 of the 32 defendants were convicted on almost all counts. But incredibly, Milton Henry's legal maneuverings kept everyone free on appeal bond, and they kept right on going in the streets. In 1975, Eddie and Black Butch were arrested in Las Vegas for violating the terms of their bond by leaving the state of Michigan.
Well, I turned myself in April 1st, 1977.
Eddie Jackson got 30 years. Courtney Brown got 21.
I was immediately transferred to Atlanta Penitentiary, which was so-called hardcore. I mean, you have from baby statues to still in the check to top mafiosos, families in the world.
I kept going on, and they came on me, and I got a revoked bail. So me and Eddie wound up at the same federal prison, which was Leavenworth. Leavenworth was, I used to watch that on the Untouchables, Walter Winchell narrating. I never thought I'd grow up to go someplace like that. 40-foot wall, and they put me in there, and I said, my life is over, because you can't see out.
Eddie and Courtney's legal maneuverings continued from prison, and Eddie was finally released in 1984, with Courtney not far behind. The streets had changed since the early 70s. Detroit was a more violent place, and a new breed of teenage drug dealers like the infamous Young Boys Incorporated ruled the streets.
The atmosphere got younger, it got wilder, because I was a part of that scene. It's like everybody lost their mind. It just wasn't no honor no more.
I mean, it wasn't no central thing then. No one had really no connections, big connect like Eddie had. These guys had local connections, and they were local, and it wasn't no direction, nobody really no leadership. It just...
That's the problem with drugs now. You got people still selling drugs, but they ain't like the horse traders we was back in the old days.
After only 18 months on the street, Eddie Jackson was arrested in a massive new indictment and sent back to prison for heroin distribution. Courtney Brown managed to maintain a lower profile, but he was still the field marshal. His son, Courtney Jr., was now old enough to learn more about the family business.
It's time my father got out of prison following the case with him and Eddie was in '84, which was at the exact time that I was starting college at WMU University.
If they got a good education and went to the right schools and got the right connections, they can make just as much money one way or they could the other way. If they become educated legitimately, and if he decided whatever he wanted to do, it wasn't going to be on my part saying, come on, join the club.
Running errands for his father in the late 1980s, Courtney Jr. got a unique perspective on the way the world really works.
My father once sent me to see some guys in New York, some banking guys, and they were like on 6th Avenue, right in the middle of Midtown Manhattan, and it's got these fancy offices and pretty secretaries and a stock market machine printing out stock market quotes, and it looked like a legitimate brokerage firm. But you know, the real deal is when you go in the back, it's just a couple of old white guys sitting around a desk with a whole bunch of people bringing them money in. And what they were doing was, they were money launderers. Some people from Israel, there's some people from South America, there's some people from West Africa, and then it's myself. And we were all taking advantage of the services that these people in Lower Manhattan did. They were people that you could bring $200,000 of singles and $5 bills, and then they'd end up writing you a check from some company. Boom. And it's funny because at the same time I'm going to class and I'm taking economics and business 101 and marketing. You know, it's kind of the hypocrisy of the world because I'm like, that ain't how the real world works. The difference between corporate America and the narcotics world, that line is so much thinner than people really, really know.
Courtney Jr. eventually became a successful retailer and real estate developer. His sister is a lawyer.
Most people who start their businesses started from the money they save or family or relatives giving them their money to get started. In this case, I asked my father for some money to start a store in Harlem. I was fortunate enough that he had the resources, and he did, and it allowed me to live what I call the poor man puffy lifestyle. You know, I'm a 27-year-old African-American guy, store across the street from the Apollo. I made a lot of money at the store, but a lot of drugs, a lot of girls, a lot of escorts, a lot of limo rides. The fortunate thing is I was actually able to go back to my family again and get some more money to keep my business going.
The legacy of Eddie Jackson and Courtney Brown is a complex one.
Really, only regrets was that I got caught. It showed me I learned a lot. I got a chance to see a lot of the world.
But that's all I knew at that time. That's all we knew. Them was our role models. You know, that's not the road to take. You don't have to live like that. It's a better way today.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm tired of all these glorified snitches such as Frank Lucas standing up there beating their chests like they was hell of a fellas, and in the end they turned out to be worse than women. So if you cannot handle the pressure and the weight, don't get in the game. If you got to tell on everybody you know, and your mama, your daddy, everybody you know to get out of trouble, just stay doing what you do now, because that game ain't for you. Most people today you look at cannot handle the weight. Nicky Bond, snitch. Frank Lucas, snitch. Where's the real ones? This is a story about a real one. From the beginning to the end, never telling on nobody.
You know, as I've grown older, I understand that the fact that I've been able to travel the world The fact that I've, hung out with Prince, Fortune 500 people, and I've been able to experience some things that just very few people on earth are ever going to be able to experience. And a lot of those things come from the fact of the lifestyle that my father and educational opportunities, some of the things that he did allowed me to do.
All these gangster movies on TV about they sending their kids off and it becomes successful and things like that. But this is the only black family I've seen do that. It really did it.
So I, as a grown man, as a 46-year-old man, I understand that you take the bitter with the sweet. That me and my sister have often, conversated. Well, what would life have been like if Father would have just, kept driving the bus? Who knows? It wasn't in the cards. It is what it is, and it was what it was.
It's no different than all of America, but for some reason, those who report the history have always left the blacks on the plantation, even in those type of activities. I don't see a great deal of difference, except that Kennedy was making a lot more money. Joseph Kennedy became an ambassador. Eddie Jackson didn't become an ambassador.
On the streets of Detroit, though, Eddie Jackson and his crew are still remembered as the best that ever did it. And the ties of friendship and family that started in Black Bottom and Paradise Valley so many years ago still hold strong.
We use crime as a commodity in terms of economics. You ask yourself questions like tobacco. How many people died last year from tobacco when we started talking about the moral value of what Eddie Jackson and others do? I'm not condoning what they do. What I'm simply saying is that there are many on that playing field.
I don't separate our story from the story, really, of the history of any other immigrant group, the Jews, the Irish. As every group in America has attempted to go to the next level economically, the story of organized crime and narcotics has played a part in it.
The jury is still out. We don't know what's going to happen to the African-American families that were involved with serious crime and their children.
These are the trials and tribulations that go on as a family goes from Black Bottom or Paradise Valley to working class jobs, to sometimes that bridge that takes that family into the professional world, into the entrepreneurial world, into the next levels and stratas of life. In our case, and in many other families in America, that bridge has been paid for by activities in the underworld.
Isn't it great to have, music, an outdoor show? It's just so fun.
This is too early in the day.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Now, who were you?
We usually don't get on
when you came up making music?
Get on stage until 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, 8 o'clock around dinner time. You don't sing this early in the day with the sun out here.
Now, when you started singing, who were your heroes?
Mama and Daddy. Dad played blues guitar. We just lost B.B. King, and Daddy used to play a lot of B.B. King songs, and Mama used to do the housework to B.B. King. We couldn't even talk to her. She said, "Oh, be quiet," when B.B. King was singing his songs to her while she did her ironing and did her cooking and stuff. So our influences and my biggest idol were Mom and Dad.
You grew up with music around you?
We're the generation before television.
Yeah.
So we had to entertain each other. So Mama taught us songs, and Daddy taught us songs, and we sang in my grandfather's church. Yeah.
How did it end up with Motown? How'd that all come about?
Oh, that's a long story. How much time you got?
Give us whatever version you like.
I started with a group called the Delphis, and we did a record on Checkmate Records that didn't sell. So when the group broke up, I started singing as Martha Lavelle. I was discovered at the 20 Grand in Detroit by William Stevenson, better known as Mickey, and told me, he gave me a card and told me to come to Hitsville, USA. I went there the next morning, and I quit my job at the dry cleaners because I thought I had been discovered. When I got there, he said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, you're supposed to call for an audition. We have auditions every third Thursday." Well, this being the first of the month, I was kind of put off, and he said, "Answer this phone. I'll be right back." And he didn't come back for 3 hours, so I answered the phone and became the first A&R secretary, artist and repertoire secretary in that department. And after 9 months, I gave my job up to 3 girls from Secretariat College. I'd finally got a record. Mary Wells left the company, and I had a record that was her demonstration record. I did a lot of demos, too, when I was acting A&R secretary. So that's a short version of a long story.
I mean, what a legacy. You look back on those days. What's your greatest memories of that era?
Oh, I can't tell you. Today is a great memory. Do you know we had people, well, I don't want to think I'm the oldest person here, but we had some beautiful people singing our words and dancing with us right up to the very note. Everybody knew the songs. It's a great feeling.
Sure.
To have legendary music. It's a wonderful feeling. And to be outside when the sunshine. We left some 40-degree weather in Detroit. And we come out here and it's 80 degrees. It's beautiful. I'm looking at all kinds of wonderful, wonderful people, though. The people are great to be out here at this, gathering all these wonderful artists. God.
Your music is timeless. It makes us feel so good. How does it feel when those legendary singers cover your music? You know, you got a Mick Jagger or a David Bowie doing your song.
That's the highest form of flattery. But I wanted to beat Mick Jagger and David Bowie up because they made a video without us. They were dancing in the street, and we didn't get a video when we had it out, so I got jealous, and I wanted to beat them up. I wanted to beat Mick Jagger and David Bowie up because they was out in the street having a good time. I had a flower dress. I could have looked like Miami, Florida with them, but they did.
There was a big part missing in that video.
Yeah, because I know I could have taught them how to hully gully and mashed potatoes.
You know, Mick and the boys were just in L.A. this week. They did a little secret show. You should have been there. You need to teach Mick a few moves.
But the last time we played was Ready, Steady, Go in England in 1965, I think. That's the last time I've seen Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones.
Well, I know the music lovers over in Europe just really can't get enough of the music. It's so endearing
all the time. We're going there in July for the whole month, and they just love us there. And I love going to England. I really do. Yeah.
Now, all that you've seen, what advice do you give to those young singers, young creative people that would love to be doing what you do?
My advice goes beyond singing and entertaining. My message goes to the children who have thought about dropping out of school. They got to have an education. And they won't have common sense if they don't get some kind of idea what everybody else is being taught. And we have lessons. Motown had an artist development. So I believe that you must study to improve yourself. Capable of being a performer. So
you be a student of the game and master the craft.
You got to learn music. You got to learn what the A's and B's are of music and see.
Martha, it's such a joy. I really appreciate you. I know. I'm starstruck.
Martha was a friend of Jesus, so that's who I am.
Yeah. Well, we love the music, and please keep making it. You make us feel so good.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful life. Thank you.
I'm Janice Edwards. Coming up on Bay Area Vista, we have the stars of Motown the Musical, music by Victoria Tweevy, and so much more. It's an incredible show. Join us.
Bay Area Vista.
Janice Edwards. Welcome to Bay Area Vista. We are talking with the stars of Motown the Musical, an incredible show. Absolutely amazing. We were talking about American innovation today, and Berry Gordy created Hitsville, USA, which became Motown, and the legend lives on. Nicholas Christopher and Patrice Covington are two of the stars of the show. Welcome to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
And you have several awards to your credit, and you're also Grammy nominated, I should mention, Patrice, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
This show, and you play Smokey Robinson.
Yes.
You play Martha Reeves, and it weaves the fabric of our lives through song. What did you have to learn about Smokey Robinson? I interviewed him years ago, and you had the mannerisms. You had great mannerisms with that. But what did you have to learn about him?
I didn't realize that Smokey was actually the vice president of the company. I didn't realize that he was so, I knew he was a great songwriter and a great singer and a great performer, but I didn't realize his business, the business side, that he influenced so much with the company as well, and how integral he was to Motown becoming what it is.
Yes, and what good friends he and Berry Gordy were.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
or have been, I should say.
Yes.
Yes. And what about you? I also met Martha, and it's incredible when you meet these living legends. How did you do your research?
It's definitely an honor for both of us to be two of the few in the cast who are able to play people who are still living, because they were able to give us the opportunity to actually speak to these people. Smokey came to the show, and I think you've met him previously as well, but the lady that I play the most in the show, her name is Edna Anderson, and she's one of Berry Gordy's right-hand women, and she was very, very influential to his crossing over and to, she was, in the show I say, you're a sellout, basically. You're trying to get the white people to do this, but the black people want it, and he needed that. He needed someone like that who was an activist, but a positive activist that was going to help him make that change and help him see both sides of what he needed to do. I love this woman. She's so sassy. She's so beautiful.
Can you do her voice, too?
Boss. She's so Southern. She's from West Virginia, and I'm from Virginia, so very different. But she's a lovely lady, and I just learned so much about what she really was to the company, and I love that they all still work for him today.
That's what's incredible, too. And you get such a sense of the business with all of that goes behind the scenes. And it told the story. I mean, some of it went deep, some of it was a little bit of a sugarcoating in terms of some of the relationships, but also the love was what came through, the love between Diana and Berry, the love that Smokey and Berry had, the love that Edna has, and the vision for really making this business something that is a foundation and a living legacy for all of us. It looks like so much fun to do the show. Now, I know it's work. I earned my equity card years ago. Could never do what you do, but I know how much work goes into rehearsals, but you make it look effortless. How did that come about?
Thank you. Practice, practice, practice. It's exactly. 8 shows a week is hard, I guess, because it's you do it so many times in a week. But when the curtain goes up and you hear that and you feel that energy from the audience, they take over, and it just becomes this swirl of energy rather than work.
Yes. And what about you? What do you love most about it?
A lot of my friends say that when I get to sing Dancing in the Street, they're like, you blacked out. And I like that because I do actually sometimes I forget who the last person I spoke to on the phone was or whatever's happening in my life. And if I can make the audience members feel the exact same way, forget what's happening in their lives and just bring it back and to take these people through that trip down memory lane is so nostalgic for them. Sometimes I don't even know if they really see us. I think they're on a trip on down memory lane because it is the music of everyone's youth, which is not many companies or songs or record labels or whatever that can say that, because I didn't really listen to whatever my mom was listening to back then other than Motown. You know, like this, my mom listened to Motown, my grandmother listened to Motown, I listened to Motown, and I'm sure that when I have children, they'll listen to somebody that was on Motown too. You can't get rid of it. It's in every commercial. It's in when you go through the stores, when you're in Macy's, H&M, you hear it. It's everywhere. It's always going to be there.
Yes. And you know, you mentioned something very poignant too, because you said to who are living. Because when you see the little boy playing Michael Jackson, who was amazing, by the way, and you think about the losses, Marvin Gaye.
Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, 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 there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way to bring some understanding here today. Picket lines, picket signs. People don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, so you can see what's going on. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Wanna know what's going on?
So many. Rick James, Tina Marie. It is very poignant, and it's wonderful to have what seems like them brought back to life for a moment in that way. There are some political overtones too, because of course Berry Gordy recorded Dr. King's sayings, as well as then Marvin Gaye deciding he wanted a more political bent with what's going on and all of those songs. What does it mean for you from a historic perspective to think about African Americans back at the time that Berry Gordy founded Motown and what you're able to do personally today? I'll start with you.
Well, I think it's wonderful, especially with what's going on in the world today, in our country today. It really revived the song What's Going On and made it so much more, we need this show. We need it. It's a nostalgia trip, and it's a great time for people to forget about their problems in life. But then also it brings hope, and it brings to light the fact that we shall overcome, and we can do this. And it's just a testament to the music and the love that the music was made with Motown.
Any particular favorite moments of the show for you? You mentioned dancing in the streets. Which
Yeah,
is one of the,
I love dancing in the street. I think for me, it is like Broadway to me. You know, it's got every element. There's singing, there's dancing, there's crazy lights, there's a costume change, there's sparkles, there's everything that's Broadway.
Wigs.
Wigs, everything that's Broadway, and everybody's in it at some point, which is really, really cool because, you know, there's a lot of us, but a lot of the times we're not on stage together. There are very few times where we're on the stage together. So I love that. I'm particularly happy doing what's going on right now because of what Nick just said, you know, all the things that are happening in, you know, all over the world. I can't even just point out one place. We immediately want to talk about Ferguson because, you know, that's what the song was about. And unfortunately, the song is relevant still.
Tragically, yes.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, it happened before, we got better before, so hopefully we'll get better again, you know. And when I sing that song, it just makes me feel, many things, many things. But at the end of it all, it's like maybe we're bringing some awareness back into, you know, what's happening, because a lot of people want to put a sheet over their eyes about what's happening, but it's real. So.
Yes. And the fact that it continues. I mean, talking about Ferguson now, we can look back to Rodney King. We look back to just so many tragic incidences, and especially for young black men. And when you think about when they show Barry as a young man with this dream and the racism that was encountered there, but the dream to succeed is something that's so poignant, and it has transformed all of our lives in that very special way. We talked about wigs, and you get to wear a couple of Smokey.
Yes, and I have a great Jerry curl, a great press, and a great afro.
Exactly.
It's really wonderful. Really wonderful.
Those fun moments, and of course, showing him performing with his then wife, who was one of the original.
Claudette.
Yes, Claudette, one of the original members there. When you got this part, what did you think it would be, And how has doing this show been different from what you anticipated, if it has been in any way?
Well, I was lucky enough to be a part of the original Broadway cast,
Yeah.
and I understudied Smokey Robinson. I played a character called Norman Whitfield.
Oh, yes.
And
famous writer.
Yes, the famous producer and writer, and he got to fight with Barry a lot. And we had a bunch of scenes. I mean, when I first started, the lab before, we workshopped the show before we put it up, before we get into rehearsal. And the show there's so much information, and Mr. Gordy wanted to include so much of the story that the show was like over 4 hours long.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh, before you whittled it down for Broadway?
Yes, exactly. So there was a lot of information. There was, we got to live through these moments, and then eventually they become talked about, and we decide and we mold what story we're trying to tell and make it more specific. So it was wonderful to live through all these different moments and to meet all these different people. So I wasn't ready for that I didn't realize that everybody was going to care about this story so much within the Motown family. Yes. So we got to meet Stevie, we got to meet Smokey. We get to talk to all these people and learn them as people, not as these mythical creatures.
Right, but the human beings who also performed in an incredible way.
Exactly, and that blew my mind even more because it's easy to just look at them as idols and call them gods, but to realize that they're people and they're doing these amazing things blew my mind even more.
Yes, and when you talk about getting them, that Stevie impersonation is dead on
yeah,
too. He's great with that.
Yeah.
How about you, Patrice, in terms of what has surpassed your expectations, perhaps, in the show, or surprised you?
Yeah, like you said, the mythical creature thing, it's crazy to me that Berry Gordy knows my name, and like all these people who were magical people that we never ever imagined knowing, they've taken us in and they treat us like we are part of the Motown family, and they say that we are. They're very clear that you guys are part of the legend now, and that's crazy to me. That because I've done a lot of Broadway shows, and you're just part of the show, and when the show is over, that's it. But I feel so much differently with this show because of the fact that they show so much love and support and encouragement. They are so proud of us. They want us to do well. They want you to succeed in this show, outside of this show, just in life. And they know our names. They know our names. They know about us just like we know about them.
Yes, and they dance to see Berry Gordy dancing on stage at the end for the curtain call. Amazing. But it's so exciting. It's just really touching, moving. I was on a high afterwards, and everyone we were talking to was just like, wasn't that great? And what about this? And you want to share the moments. And that's why it really is something that can't be missed. Everyone really needs to see this because it does reawaken things. It also speaks to the importance of family embracing each other. I mean, when we think about the tragic losses, I think if only there had been an opportunity for each of these stars whom we lost when they were struggling at that time to have anyone who could have maybe made that difference or pulled them up. And I think that's what we have to do. I love the moment. I'm going to ask us to hold hands, reach out and touch somebody's hand. Make this world a better place if you can. This is one of the magic moments of Motown the Musical. Yes. You have to see it. It's in town, and it will really inform your life, change your life, and it has impacted all of our lives. So thank you both very much.
Thank you for
having me. Good to talk with you.
Likewise.
Hello and welcome to another exclusive review with me, Alex Belfield, here at CelebrityRadio.biz, where last year we had over 8 million minutes viewed on YouTube. This week we review Motown the Musical, which follows the legendary career of Berry Gordy and the creation of his musical empire, Motown Records. The story begins in 1983, on the evening of the 25th anniversary celebration of Motown, and Berry Gordy is looking back on his career. From there, we get the high-energy, fast-paced, non-stop soundtrack of our lives. The show, still in previews, is already sold out and charging top prices, £100 plus a ticket in the stores, so now seems the perfect time to offer my thoughts. Motown the Musical is terrific fun, bright, loud, exciting, polished, perfectly cast, and disappointingly exactly what I expected it would be. There are absolutely no surprises or nothing I haven't seen before. Let me be clear though, there are 5-star moments in this show and remarkable vocal brilliance and choreography throughout. However, this show show crams so many hits into its 2.25-hour jukebox, it feels rushed and confused at times. Nothing lasts more than about 90 seconds, which seems a waste to me. They clearly haven't wasted any money on the set. It's virtually invisible. They've put their money into the cast, I hope. Sadly, it does feel at times like I've seen it before. Nods to Jersey Boys and even Mamma Mia at times bring back cozy memories. I adore Motown, have family in Detroit, and this music means a lot. Some of it felt a little soulless, disrespected and thrown away, with being cut halfway through. Cedric Neal steals the show as Gordy. His voice is delicious, powerful, moving, pitch perfect and totally effortless. He's the epitome of a leading man, West End star and powerhouse performance. He is the show. I liked Lucy St. Louis as Diana Ross. However, the audience participation section in Act 2 was one of the worst, most cringeworthy 5 minutes of theatre I've seen in 20 years. It has to be axed. This is not pantomime, and nor do I pay £100 plus to hear members of the public crucify these wonderful musical songs. Classless. The producers brag over 40 classic songs, such as My Girl, Stop in the Name of Love, Dancing in the Streets, I Heard It Through the Grapevine, and Ain't No Mountain High Enough, and more. That's the problem. 20 done perfectly in full would have been enough. There's no doubting this show will run and run, but then again, so did We Will Rock You. It doesn't mean it was well written, it just means people love the music. The orchestra at Motown is superb, and the horns really give the show a kick, so vital. The cast collectively gave 100%, maintaining that energy will be a struggle. Their moves and precision was only to be admired. The show does have heart and true meaning, sadly though I fear the punters simply want the hits. So that's my review, a 3-star musical with a 5-star cast. You've been listening to another review by me, Alex Belfield, here at Celebrity Radio, reviewing Motown the Musical at the Shaftesbury Theatre in London's West End. You can hear hundreds of my reviews and interviews at www.celebrityradio.biz, where last year we had over 8 million minutes viewed. You can check out all of our hundreds of interviews and reviews at www.celebrityradio.biz. Ta-da! Hello and welcome to another exclusive review with me, Alex Belfield, here at celebrityradio.biz, where last year we had over 8 million minutes viewed on YouTube. This week we review Motown the Musical, which follows the legendary career of Berry Gordy and the creation of his musical empire, Motown Records. The story begins in 1983, on the evening of the 25th anniversary celebration of Motown, and Berry Gordy is looking back on his career. From there, we get the high-energy, fast-paced, non-stop soundtrack of our lives. The show, still in previews, is already sold out and charging top prices, £100 plus a ticket in the stores, so now seems the perfect time to offer my thoughts. Motown the Musical is terrific fun, bright, loud, exciting, polished, perfectly cast, and disappointingly exactly what I expected it would be. There are absolutely no surprises or nothing I haven't seen before. Let me be clear though, there are 5-star moments in this show and remarkable vocal brilliance and choreography throughout. However, this show crams so many hits into its 2.25-hour jukebox, it feels rushed and confused at times. Nothing lasts more than about 90 seconds, which seems a waste to me. They clearly haven't wasted any money on the set. It's virtually invisible. They've put their money into the cast, I hope. Sadly, it does feel at times like I've seen it before. Nods to Jersey Boys and even Mamma Mia at times bring back cozy memories. I adore Motown, have family in Detroit, and this music means a lot. Some of it felt a little soulless, disrespected and thrown away, with being cut halfway through. Cedric Neal steals the show as Gordy. His voice is delicious, powerful, moving, pitch perfect and totally effortless. He's the epitome of a leading man, West End star and powerhouse performance. He is the show. I liked Lucy St. Louis as Diana Ross. However, the audience participation section in Act 2 was one of the worst, most cringeworthy 5 minutes of theatre I've seen in 20 years. It has to be axed. This is not pantomime, and nor do I pay £100 plus to hear members of the public crucify these wonderful musical songs. Classless. The producers brag over 40 classic songs, such as My Girl, Stop in the Name of Love, Dancing in the Streets, I Heard It Through the Grapevine, and Ain't No Mountain High Enough, and more. That's the problem. 20 done perfectly in full would have been enough. There's no doubting this show will run and run, but then again, so did We Will Rock You. It doesn't mean it was well written, it just means people love the music. The orchestra at Motown is superb, and the horns really give the show a kick, so vital. The cast collectively gave 100%, maintaining that energy will be a struggle. Their moves and precision was only to be admired. The show does have heart and true meaning, sadly though I fear the punters simply want the hits. So that's my review, a 3-star musical with a 5-star cast. You've been listening to another review by me, Alex Belfield, here at Celebrity Radio, reviewing Motown the Musical at the Shaftesbury Theatre in London's West End. You can hear hundreds of my reviews and interviews at www.celebrityradio.biz, where last year we had over 8 million minutes viewed. You can check out all of our hundreds of interviews and reviews at www.celebrityradio.biz. Ta-da!
Hi, this is Otis Williams of The Temptation. You know what? You know I got soul.com. Hi.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm chilling. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you, sir, for taking the time for the interview.
My pleasure.
Cool. So, just want to start out, talk about, you're currently celebrating the 50th anniversary, of when you signed your first deal with Motown back in 1961, and now you're releasing the Best of the Temptations to, commemorate that achievement. So, what is the significance and what does this mean to you?
Well, it is a wonderful piece of body of work. I'm amazed. I myself to have such a wonderful collection of songs. And I got a call from the guys that put all the music together. They've just found about 7 more songs that we had recorded and never been released. So when I look at to see a body of work that they released, and there's still more because they just from 61 to 71. It's just I'm just fascinated and amazed because I never would have imagined that when we started out in 61 that we would create such music that is thus far standing the test of time.
Yeah, and it definitely has. So, take us back to 1961 when you originally signed that deal. What do you remember most about, getting signed?
Well, at that time it was nothing really outstanding, because Motown at that time was in its embryonic stage, trying to make its, map in the name in the music well. So, but we had a wonderful feeling being there because we felt after we signed and was coming up to the company more often, it was just a unique place to be, and little did we know that it would turn out to become an iconic label with so many wonderful, talented people, songwriters, producers, and artists, and creative people of all sorts that had made Motown something really unique and special. So it's just great to be part of something that is so lasting.
Cool. And now, the Temptations are pretty much known as the group that set the standard for all groups who would come to follow in the years after, 80s, 90s, etc. And what does it mean to you to have had that type of influence on music?
Oh, well, I think it's a great thing to have, and to know that we have definitely made a mark and will leave a mark in show business that will outlast us all, So, but we had no idea, when we started singing back in 61 that we would have, almost 40 gold and platinum records hanging here in my home. 4 Grammys, met about 3 to 4 different presidents on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, all the things that we've accomplished is mind-boggling because we never had any idea that we would achieve so much. So it's a great effort.
Cool. And to you, what is the biggest difference in music back then in the early 60s and now here in 2011?
Well, I'm from old school to the point of I feel, and I'm not alone in this here, great songs will definitely stand the test of time, will be around forever, and that's what our hallmark has always been, to align ourselves with, songs that any and every appreciate it and make them bring a smile to their face, or if it's a hard time, to make them think about why I was going through some troubled times. But when you can do that, that says a bunch. That to have that kind of impact on a whole lot of people's lives.
Yep, definitely. And you mentioned, creating that timeless music. In fact, I just heard My Girl on the radio the other day. They still play your music to this day on radio. You created that timeless music. When you were going into making the music, was that your goal, to make something that would last forever?
Well, naturally, at the beginning, it was our goal to just, luckily, if we can get a hit record and make some money and sing to the girls, get the girls, that's what our aspiration was. But after a while, it changed to the point of we just wanted to show business our livelihood. Mm-hmm. So we had no idea that it would be such a profound impact that Motown, the Temps, and all the great artists that was there would have such a, leave such a rep. So it was just great starting out and to see it evolve to where it is today.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about the longevity you experienced as part of the group, the Temptations. They were together for a long time, and a lot of groups I grew up on myself, coming out of the 80s and 90s, broke up. They couldn't remain together and keep it together. So what was your key to, remaining together as a group all these years?
Well, you have to work at it, it's not a given, and first and foremost, you're dealing with people, and our emotions and attitudes ebb and flow, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good, but through it all, we've been able to survive the many different changes that we've gone through, that here we are, 50 years later, so, but it's the human factor that you have to remember, that we are that regardless of how talented a person might be, there's that human element that sometimes can be overpowering bias when it comes to being successful and coming from nothing to handling money and all kind of doors opening up for you, and you're meeting all kind of people, and you're performing in front of massive amounts of people. So it can be a very challenging thing, and through all that, we've been able to continue on, even with the loss of the original Temps.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, and I've read you served as a leader, and and you served as the organizer and the leader of the group. You weren't necessarily the lead singer, but what was your role in the group?
Well, I guess as time would have it, I guess my role turned out to be the super glue, as some people call me, for staying, keeping the group together, and just having the belief and the will to continue on. And we've always had a great support system, at Motown, with Mr. Gordy in particular. Even though we were going through changes, Mr. Gordy always believed in us and would back us. So we've had a lot of different elements to keep us in the forefront, and our fans have always been there, even with the many different changes. So we've had a multitude of reasons to continue on, and here we are, 50 years later.
Yep. Okay. And are there any R&B groups through the years that you've been a fan of, ones that have come after you, maybe that have come out of the 80s and 90s, the ones you directly influenced? Have you been a fan of any of those?
Well, there's a lot of groups that came out before and after that I admire, so, I'm trying to think of somewhere else. The O.J.'s was there along with us, naturally the Four Tops, and then I can't think of too many more. But we just are glad that we've had some type of impact on a lot of different groups, and that been groups that have had an impact on the Temptations. I was talking with Earl Carroll of is better known as Speedo from the Cadillacs, and he was very inspirational. I told him yesterday because he just had a heart attack, and he's recovering from that. But he was the inspiration for there being Temptations. And when I saw the Cadillacs at the Fox Theater in Detroit when I was about 14 or 15 years old, so the Flamingos, Cadillacs, Moonglows, Dales. So we've had some great influences that inspired us, and hopefully we had something to be inspired by us.
Okay. And just one last question for you. You've had so many accolades over the years, but is there one, achievement of yours that stands out above the rest, as a personal favorite accolade?
Well, when you have had so many wonderful accolades, meeting President Obama, that's one. Meeting President Bush and Clinton. Wow, almost 40 gold and platinum. The list is endless. I couldn't even single out just one because, I never would imagine that we would, meet any president and go to the White House as many times as we've gone. It's to the point now when we go to the White House, I use Denzel Arnaz's saying, "Lucy, I'm home." When I said that to the White House, I'm home again. I've been there so many times. I never would think I could joke around like that.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Nice.
Yeah, it is.
Anything you'd like to add?
Well, I just want to thank our fans for the continued support and love, and we will always try and give them the best that we have when it's music time or performance time. So I thank them for the love and support.
Yes, you know what happened? I live in Philadelphia, and so I got a call one night from this gentleman, and he said, "Patty, come to the Spectrum, love, and see me." So I said, "Who is this?" He said, "Reggie." So I said, Reggie. I said, "Reggie." He said, "Reggie on the right." I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "I'm Elton John now." I said, "I'm scared of you." So he had become the superstar before I became anything, honey. And I was very happy for him. He used to play backup piano for me in London. He was in the band called Bluesology. And they were our backup band in London. And I used to win all of his money in playing cards and took all their little pounds. And then they didn't have any money to eat, honey. And I used to have to take them to the flat and feed them. Because I wore them out. I won all their money. I taught them how to play some American card games. I took all of their little pounds. But I did feed them.
You and Nona and Sarah used to eat some interesting things in the early days.
No, I was the one who was eating interesting things. I was the only one who didn't have any money. Because we would play the Apollo Theater, and we would do like 5 shows a day, and people would come in with clothing items. And they would be so tempting, I would just buy everything. And at the end of the week, I didn't have any money for food. You know what I mean? Those items, those kind of clothes that people used to sell, burning up.
Well, yeah, see, we might have to explain that.
Well, we can't talk about that, can we?
We can, because we didn't do it.
We didn't steal the clothes. Somebody stole the clothes and brought them to the Apollo to sell them to me. And, honey, the drag was hot, real hot drag, real fine drag. I would buy it. They were selling musk oil from Kiehl's Pharmacy, stuff like that.
See, when I was young, it was done in the barbershop. They have a thing called hot clothes or hot items, and boosters would come and say, "Yo, I got socks, $1 a pair, brother." $1 pair.
And they would do it, and so when they brought the clothes in, honey, I was very weak. So I bought all the drag and was hungry as a dog. So at the end of the week, Sarah, Nona, and Cindy wouldn't give me any money, so I would take my hot dogs and leave them on the light bulb and heat them up, and then buy those 10-cent cans of sardines. That's when they were 10 cents. Yeah. Now they're about $2 a can. But I still buy them. So I ate sardines and hot dogs and felt good.
Wait, but you still eat sardines?
Every day. I have some in my bag upstairs in the dressing room. Because on the plane, you can flip that top open, have the stewardess go get you a nice little piece of china, honey, put that stuff on, and flap that food on there, and just sit down and eat your sardines and sing up first class. That's what I do. But I get it to open like 4 cans because there's only like 4 little fish in the can. And I get like 4 cans, honey, and have me some crackers.
You should see Patty's purse. Patty has a purse.
It was in my purse today.
60 Minutes should do something on her purse. But one time we were at a Japanese restaurant, and the Japanese have a thing called wasabi.
Wasabi, that green hot stuff.
And you put it on your food, and it goes up and slaps your brain. It goes up and says, it's too much. And your eyes start watering.
We did that.
And we went, and it wasn't hot enough, because we like hot stuff, and it wasn't quite hot enough. Patty had some hot stuff in her purse.
That was hotter than that.
Yeah, she had a bottle of red stuff.
This was, that was the stuff to have. You're supposed to have hot stuff in your bag if you're a hot-blooded person like I am.
She carries it with her.
And I carry it because nobody has it. They have Tabasco. Who wants Tabasco?
And what is that stuff again? You mentioned it earlier that you use.
Not the jalapenos, but the Louisiana.
Yeah.
Which is not so hot anymore, but they have some Jamaican fire stuff called Hellfire. Baby, where you at?
She got some Jamaican stuff. That it don't even have a name on it. It just has like a Rasta guy running. It's real hot.
But it's good.
Yeah.
I'll let you taste it later. I'll let the audience taste it. I'll give you some. What?
But some guy massaged your feet or your leg. I was looking.
Oh, no, he didn't massage me. He put lotion on my legs. What he did? You know what happened? I don't know where I was, but it must have been in L.A. And my stockings got runs in them. They were raggedy, so I asked somebody for scissors or a knife. And honey, there's some rough children to come to my show, so some boyfriend in the front had a knife. So I said, boy, just give me the knife. So he gave me the knife. I cut the stockings off, and I gave him the bottom part of the stocking. I kept the top. And so when I took the stocking off, my legs were real ashy. So I said, oh, I'm not having this. I said, anybody got any Vaseline or lotion or anything in your pocket or some Crisco or something? So this guy, he had some Crisco or something. And he came up and did my legs, and was putting the lotion on. I said, be nice, honey. And he went here, and I said, that's as far as you go. And he was nice. But Armstead knew that these guys are just like fans. They don't mean any harm. They see me as a mother.
Yeah.
They don't see me as no lover. They don't. They don't see me that way.
I just like the fact that you are so real, not only with your fans, but just as a person. You're just so real. I mean, remember, Diana Ross was here one night, and we were talking about the whole eyelash thing.
Oh, Diana. She did that to you, too, didn't she? I didn't do that. But wait a minute. What girlfriend said that I eat those lashes? I'm scared of her. Well, let me tell you, and she's a nice lady.
Yeah.
I think she really likes me. I don't think she meant any harm.
No, she just knows how open you are and how, you know.
But I wouldn't eat the lash, darling. Girlfriend, I eat potato salad and chicken. I don't eat lashes. I don't do that. And let me clean up something else. Let me clean up something else. I was on Oprah 2 weeks ago with Gladys Knight and Dionne Warwick, my two friends in the name of love.
Yeah.
And I said something about prostitutes, about Lady Marmalade, the song that we played on the break that your band, they're kicking, baby. All right, children, keep on playing. Anyway, I said on Oprah's show that I exploited hookers. I didn't mean exploit. I said the wrong word. Just for those who were watching that day, I was nervous and I was saying the wrong words. I didn't mean exploit. I meant something else. But anyway, I'm cleaning it up. I cleaned it up. Thank you, Lord. And Diana, I don't eat lashes.
She was just joking.
I know.
She was just joking.
I eat food.
But am I lying? Didn't you take your
I
eyelash
take
off?
those things off and give them to the audience because if they come down on my face and sit here, it looks like a big old black mole or something. So you take it off and you give it to the audience. That way they can have a part of Patty. And they're like the boy with the stocking, the eyelash. What else do I give out? Nothing else.
You gave out your mink one time, but you had Bud go get it back.
Oh, baby, because boyfriend, somebody in the audience, he thought I really gave it to him. I said, Sugar, I'm lending that to you. I said, you have to give that back. Tony Cheese had made me this fur, and I gave it to him to wear during the show because I like to pass my fur and my clothes down so everybody can feel a piece of Patty. My boyfriend said, I'm not even going to feel a piece of Patty. I'm going to take Patty home. So we had to send people out to run after boyfriend and get my fur.
Hey, my man was running down the Vegas Strip.
He was going my fur. And you remember Atlantic City?
Yeah.
I threw my skirt out because I threw my skirt out. Well, no, I wear two skirts, a short skirt and then an overskirt. And then at one part of the show, I get real dramatic and like snatch that sucker off and throw it. And I threw it to the audience for somebody to have. Well, boyfriend wore my skirt out and the darn was going home. They had to send for the cops to get him. Somebody got my Cinderella red pumps, my Dorothy pumps, somewhere over the rainbow pumps. Threw those out. Somebody took them. I said, I just came to you to wear. I borrowed his shoes and I gave him mine. But he took them home. Never got those back.
Well,
where are you, honey? If you're listening, give me my pumps.
you'll get some more.
I'll get some more. I got some more.
As a matter of fact,
He needed them.
Big Daddy Kane is large. He's paid.
Big Daddy
We'll have
Kane,
him buy you
he'll
some
buy
more
me
pumps.
a pair, or he will go and gorilla those pumps from that boy. All right, Daddy. Yes, he will.
Daddy will be here in a moment. We'll be right back.
That's the only French I do know is voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir.
That's all you know?
Yeah, that's all I know.
That's all I know, too.
Just because of you. I learned it from you.
See?
You could
Didn't I tell you earlier today I taught you everything you know?
No, I said I taught you everything you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
You did say that, but then I said it back.
That's true. You have that healing stone on you. That's probably going to...
Oh, you know I got the healing bling bling, right?
Yeah, I got...
Now, this is the Harry Winston bling bling of life. If it falls, I want you to get on your knees, crawl, and catch it.
Okay.
Okay? All right. You won't lose the stone tonight. It heals.
Yeah, no,
Touch it.
I have one just...
Touch it.
I have one like that in my belly
Touch
button.
it.
I'm touching it.
Feel it.
I am.
You feel it?
Oh! I can feel it.
Feel it. I feel it. Yes, indeed, I feel it. Can you feel it? It's going up a fine. All right. You feel it, right?
So yeah, I do. It's healing.
It's beautiful.
It's healing me.
Yeah.
I wasn't even sick, but I'm better now.
Yeah, you're better. Now,
let me show you. We were talking about the difference between us.
God.
There's very little. We're very similar, but
you know what?
The difference is the shoes.
I tried to get Ellen to wear pumps today in a short skirt. She said, "There's no way."
Right.
I said, "Can I beg you?" She said, "No, there's no way."
And
you
I
like sneakers, right?
And I like sneakers, but you like sneakers too. You just need a nice heel. Those are beautiful. Look at that.
Aren't they beautiful?
That is.
But they're too high for you, right?
Well, everything about it is wrong. I mean,
but you're the same.
everything. There's not one thing that's right about this. Who would look at a foot and then go, this is what should go on it?
The guys who know that Patti LaBelle, she's a pump. I'm a pump queen.
This is insane.
I know, but it's cute.
Yeah,
it
but
feels
there's
good.
comfort and then there's style. And I got you something.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Look what we made you.
A pump with a heel.
Yeah.
A sneaker with...
Looks like a pump, feels like a sneaker.
Oh, my God, this is too ugly, Ellen.
Yeah.
It's ugly. But wait, I'll put it... Oh, my... I am not going out like this. No, but... You put my shoe on. Put those on.
Okay. I'll put...
Look at Ellen with pumps and look at Patti with sneakers.
Look, let me
oh, my God. Wait, let me...
You get yours on. Now, don't fall over.
Wait a minute, Ellen, wait.
Don't walk in these little palms. Don't break. I'll break. All right.
I'll walk over here.
Don't walk in them.
Oh, my God.
Right. No wonder you sing like this. You're trying to... You're not...
Go on like this.
That's a request. Smiling Faces by David Ruffin. That's from Martha Muhammad in Atlanta, Georgia. And we're back with our special, a follow-up to TV One's Unsung. Did a show on David Ruffin March the 4th, and so many questions since that aired that we felt it was necessary to do a follow-up to try to clear up some of the things that were said about this legendary artist that's widely known around the world. That a brand new side of David Ruffin has been portrayed after over 50 years that the public knew this fella, being portrayed as an abusive father. That's the most talked about of the whole segment, about him being abusive. That's it overshadowed everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's amazing how a man can go and record his whole life, and at the end, it's about being abusive. It kind of reminds you of the Sam Cooke story. First artist to own a record company, produced himself, owned his own publishing, and at the tail end, they tried to portray him as a rapist.
Right.
As a rapist. Mr. Gentleman, Sam Cooke, everybody says he's a gentleman. But it didn't fly with the public. It didn't fly with the public, so they was able to erase that part off Sam Cooke that he was a rapist. It didn't stick. But if you don't watch it with this here, people that don't know David, this could easily stick to him. That he's a great singer, but he's so abusive, and especially to children. Now he do have three daughters, and one son, David Jr. You have Nidra, Kimberly, and Cheryl. And right now, Kimberly is in the studio here. And Kimberly, I'm gonna look at you and ask you a question.
Okay.
Have your dad ever been abusive to you?
No, he hasn't been abusive, but he was disciplining when we were lied on by my brother.
Is that right?
My dad thanked me, I would say, once, maybe twice, because of getting in trouble because of my brother. He would lie. My dad would give us money and say, go to the store on Halloween and get something small. He would give my brother a $20 bill and say, you know, you're allowed to just get one thing and bring back my change. Well, when we would get out the door and on the way to the store, I would ask my brother, David, so what did Dad say when you went upstairs? He said, oh, he said we can spend this all on Halloween candy. We can spend. I said, the whole thing? He said, yeah, the whole thing. We could buy a lot of penny candy. Back in the day, it was penny candy.
Right.
So we came back with this big brown bag, grocery bag of penny candy, $20 worth. And so I walked in the house and my dad said, so what y'all get? And I'm all happy. I'm like, we got candy. And he said, well, well, what did you get? And I said, we got candy. We spent the $20 on candy. He said, you did what? and I'm like, well, David said that you said that we can spend the $20 on the candy. And he said, both of y'all get in there. I didn't say that. I said, well, David told me you said that. And he said, no. So I would get a spanking because David would lie. And these were the type of, I only had 2 whoopings in my whole life, entire life from my dad. And it was because of my brother.
So it wasn't directly because of you.
It wasn't because I was getting in trouble or he was abusive. He would do it because of lies. My dad was a truthful person. Okay. He didn't like lies. Nobody to lie. And that was one of his pet peeves. Do not lie. And David just couldn't seem to get that. David Jr. couldn't seem to get it.
Really?
So.
Boy, I tell you.
And to this day, you still don't seem to get it.
Well, again, we're gonna invite David to join along at the 20 Grand Review, 248-557-1460. Feel free to call in, David, if you like, and speak up and speak your piece. And we're also taking callers live. Same number, 248-557-1460. And we also taking requests. Anything by David Ruff, same number. Now let's move back a little bit before the unsung segment. There was always talk about David being mischievous, always into mischief or something like that.
Yes.
Let's talk about that for a moment. What was he actually like on a daily basis at home?
Okay, him being an entertainer, he would be up at night doing shows, rehearsing late hours, so he would sleep pretty much all morning to early afternoon. And he didn't like to be disturbed when he's sleeping because he has to get his rest. He has to rest his voice.
Right.
And he would get up a lot of times, getting on us because we're playing with kids. We're running around the house, and he's like, be quiet, I'm trying to get some sleep. And he was just a father, a regular father.
Okay.
People ask all the time, what is it like to have your father to be David Ruff? And I'm like, it's the same thing as your father being your father. It's the same thing, He was a good dad.
Is that right?
He was a good dad. He talked to us a lot. We was open about our feelings with him, and anything that was bothering us, we could come to him. He always would say that. He was nurturing and caring and loving father. He would see us regularly. If he was out of town, he came home. First place he came was to us.
Okay.
And would see us. He would call us often. So we went on trips, Cedar Point, Bablo, different picnics and outings and different things like that. We did all the time.
And then when you go to places like Cedar Point or Bablo, you're there with your dad, but you still have to share with everybody in the park, right?
Yep. Everybody in the park. As we're walking along,
that's right.
Everybody wants an autograph. So, well, we understood that.
You did understand that.
Yeah, because we were born into it. So.
Okay. Sandra, when you two were married, did you understand how to be an entertainer's wife? Because that takes a lot. That takes a lot of women to be an entertainer's wife.
It wasn't like that then.
No?
No. It was like, okay, when I met him, he cut a record.
Okay.
It wasn't like no big deal to me. It was like, it's just like everything just grew on you, just grew. And, you might thought.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time.
What was that question again?
What was it like being his wife? Like I said, it takes a lot.
Okay, when I met him, we were young.
Okay.
And he recorded a record when I met him.
Right.
So I think it was about the third time I met him that I heard the record. Mm-hmm. Okay. But it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like, So, it grew on me, and like it hit the radio.
Okay.
After it came on the radio and everything, it was a little different. Then I went to see a show, and then it became more, invited.
Now, how about was it hard to see how the women would flock to him and want an autograph and things like that? Did that bother you at all?
No.
No, you understood that was part of the business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Belinda, did you go to a lot of David shows?
Yes.
You did. How did you react to know that's your brother-in-law up on stage, and all these people clapping for him and hollering for more and more?
I reacted fine because I understood what entertainment was all about.
Okay. Yeah, you have to understand. Otherwise, you would have a disastrous
Only thing I
relationship.
couldn't understand actually was how the women screamed and hollered the way that they did. And I was very young.
Okay.
And how they would throw their panties on the stage.
Is that right?
just all kind of things, Yeah. So I'm like, those women are crazy. But that's just the way it was.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it's amazing how a person can put their voice on cold wax and be known all around the world. The name is, everybody knows the name, David Ruffin.
Yeah.
When he left the Temptations, were you a little worried about that? Where his career would go?
No.
No.
He just told me like what happened.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was like, it was him. It wasn't me. I was more like raising my children.
Okay.
I traveled some, but I didn't travel a lot.
Gotcha.
I went more so in the beginning. But when I had 3,
it made a difference, huh?
It made a difference, right?
Boy.
The first show that I went with him was in Muskegon.
Okay.
The second one was in Chicago. I met a lot of people.
That's before the Temptations, right?
Yes.
Okay. Huh.
Met a lot of people.
Okay, we're gonna do a song by David off the Gentleman Ruffin album. It's called Love Supply, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about Otis Williams, how he feels about David Ruffin. Stay tuned.
When you were all, because you all used to hang around together, all the big bands of the Motown era used to hang out, used to chat, used to play cards. Back in those days, did you see Motown in the historical context? Did you think this is always going to be big? People are always going to talk about this moment, remember this moment, or were you just doing your job?
I at that time was just doing my job, just making music and having a great time, enjoying life and being with people who were doing likewise. And I wish I had known that we were not only making music, that we were making history. Because in that light, I would have saved every scrap of tape, every little piece of paper that I ever started a song on. I would have saved everything. Because, but when you're doing it, you just don't look at it. Hey, we're making history also. You're just making music at that time and having a good time and enjoying your life.
You've made music, you've done this new album with covers on, which some people find really surprising from someone who is known for their incredible songwriting ability. You're called a poet, and yet you've done some covers. Explain to me the thinking behind that and why you wanted to do that.
The Timeless Love CD is made up of songs that are among the first songs I ever heard in my life as a baby. You know, some of them were written before I was born. And in my home, I had 2 older sisters and my mom who played music of all types all day long. Blues, gospel, jazz, classical. I had a great dose of music growing up. And these songs were among the first songs that I ever heard. And I tell people all the time, these songs were written when the song was king. By that I mean that when somebody wrote a hit song, all of the artists of that day sang or recorded that song. Unlike today, somebody makes a hit record and later on down the line, a year, 3, 4 years or something like that, somebody else may pick it up and sing that song if it's a good song. But in those days, when a good song came out, all the artists jumped on it and sang it. So these songs have been recorded by everybody. And like I said, I grew up listening to them. I grew up singing them. And also, I didn't just pick a list of them and say, okay, I'm going to record these songs. I've been singing these songs, and plus I have about 6 more in the can, so we say, that I recorded at the same time, but they're not included in this CD. In my live shows for about the last 14 or 15 years. Every night I've included 1 or 2 of these songs. So I'm very familiar with them, and I love them. So I was originally going to record them live. I was going to rent a place, about 500-600 people, something very intimate, and just do a concert of nothing but these songs and record them live. I didn't get around to doing that, so I eventually recorded them live in the studio. By that I mean I had all the musicians in there playing while I was singing, which in today's recording market is unheard of. You know, people who play and sing on the same records don't even see each other because they're there at different times, different days, what have you. But I recorded them live in the studio. We had a ball.
Talking...
Everybody sing now. Oh. Ha. To give the world within itself with the language we all understand.
On May 13, 1950, Stephen Cartaway Jenkins was born in Saginaw, Michigan. When Stephen was 4, his mother left his father and moved to Detroit with her children. She changed Stephen's surname to Morris, which is still his legal name to this day. Newly renamed Little Stevie Wonder, released his first album in 1962, Stevie Wonder, the 12-Year-Old Genius. He has won many awards since the start of his career, including 26 Grammy Awards. In 1984, he won an Academy Award for Best Song, I Just Called to Say I Love You, from the movie The Woman in Red. He has composed over 4,000 songs. To this day, he is still the #3 played artist in the world. Some of you may not know, he is also the owner of KJLH 102.3 FM, the first black-owned radio station on the West Coast, where he continues to promote, inspire, kindness, joy, love, and happiness every day.
We have a very special guest with us today who needs no introduction. Joining us is Stevie Wonder. Hi, Stevie.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for joining me today. It's truly an honor to be sitting here with you.
My pleasure.
So basically, I just want to find out who you are as a person and how you developed into the man you are today. I want to go back into 1950 when you were born. That was May 13th in Saginaw, Michigan. Tell us about your childhood. How was it growing up in Saginaw?
Well, I really didn't spend a lot of time in Saginaw. My mother moved relatively soon after I was born to Detroit, Michigan. And so most of my life, early part of my life, was in Detroit. And I grew up with, originally 2 older brothers. And after I was born, then there was another brother, another brother and a sister. So in all, my mother had 6 children, 5 boys and 1 girl.
Now, you were pronounced blind at birth due to not having enough oxygen in your incubator when you were born?
Retrolaryngeal fibroplasia. It's when there was a condition that happened with a lot of children who were born in the early 50s, late 40s, where the oxygen temperature of it was, I believe, too warm, or it was not the right temperature, and so it caused for them to either lose the optic nerve, and some died from this.
And how did your mother treat you? Did she try to baby you, or make things easier for you, or pity you, or?
My mother was definitely, sensitive to the fact that I was blind, but the great thing about her was that she allowed me to grow, to discover things. The first thing I remember as a little boy, she had said to me, don't go out, don't try to go downstairs in the backyard. And obviously me being curious at 3 years old, I couldn't wait to do that. And I went outside and I walked around, and there was a dog, and, I was smelling something, and that smell seemed to follow me, and it was that I stepped in something that the dog had done. And, that was kind of my discovery of like, okay. So, but the great thing was my mother allowed me to discover things. So growing up, as a little boy, the ages of like, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I was adventurous, and I wanted to do and thought I could do everything that the sighted kids did. Mm-hmm. And I did a lot of those things, from, hopping from woodshed to woodshed, or barns as they call them, barns, to, climbing up trees and just doing all kinds of things. To as much as I was able to do, I did. And that allowed me to really always be, in my mind, adventurous, wanting to discover things and know things. So that was a great thing. It was still a lot of fun growing up with the people. I most recently went back to Detroit to celebrate with someone who actually was one of the brothers of the Hines brothers that owned a car repair shop. And I knew the neighborhood, relatively well, so I would walk around to his shop. But also, his shop was, across the alley on the other side of where we lived, and so me and my friends would be in the alley talking about each other's mamas, and doing all the stuff that boys do, snapping on each other and all that. And they would hear us out there. Mr. Hines would hear us out there, and he'd come in, and say, your voice is so good, Stevie. You got such a beautiful voice. You shouldn't be using it for such a horrible thing like saying those things. I said, you're right, Mr. Hines. You're right. I shouldn't do that. You're right. I won't do it again. And I start singing, God loves me. He loves me so much. Never let him go. Oh, no, 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 no. I know he loves me. I'd sing and stuff. He's like, oh, that's what I'm saying, boy. You should sing those religious songs.
I still hear, your voice. If you play back your music from then, and just to hear you sing right now, it sounds the same, You just have that just pure, strong voice. It sounds really good. When did you discover that you had that gift?
I'm still discovering it. When I say that, I mean, the voice is an amazing thing. I've always loved singing, and I think that, growing up, as a little boy, I would sing, all the time. There were neighbors that would say, because I would beat on this little, whether it be the wall in the front of the house or the porch and whatever, I would, be going from sun up to sundown and be saying, oh, this boy goes somewhere, he's making so much noise. But it was my discovering again, and having kind of the beat to the ideas that I had in my mind, or the songs that I heard on the radio, and I'd be singing those. And I just loved it. I've always loved it, and I'm just thankful that God gave me that very thing that became my livelihood, singing and music and playing and all that. It's a blessing. So when I was discovered, from actually going across the street, which was my mother didn't allow us to do that. It was against the rules to do that. But what I did was I had my friend to walk me across to where I heard the music. There was music playing on this porch somewhere away. And I went there, and there were two guitar players playing. I had my bongos with me, and they had a microphone and all that. And so I played the bongos and sang, and they played the guitar. Came to know them as John Glover and Curtis Trousseau. And they were the ones that I went to Motown with, because John Glover's cousin was one of the members of the Miracles, the late Ronnie White.
For me, I feel that when someone truly loves something and they have a passion, they eat it, they sleep it, and they breathe it. Do you find that true for yourself?
It is very true that you do. I do. You're consumed by it, and I'm consumed by it. But as well, I'm just consumed by the fact that I'm thankful to God that He's given me the opportunity to do this thing called music, and to meet so many wonderful people in life, and to have so many wonderful family members and friends, and to have met so many great musicians and producers and songwriters and just people. All of the people, I always say, anyone that I've met along the way, I thank them and I say they are contributors to my career, to my success.
Now, the last album you released, A Time to Love, was in 2005. Are you going to be working on anything new?
Yes, definitely. It's been, since 2005. That's 8 years, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm always working on music. So I'm working on a project now called 10 Billion Hearts. And I'm working with David Foster. We're doing this thing where we're taking some of the music that I've done, instead of creating a canvas that we're writing, creating a different approach to the songs that I've done in a different way. We're going to be using the London Symphony Orchestra, just creating different things by getting great musicians from all over the world.
I can tell by listening to your music, you always are sending a message, and it seems to go around love, lots of love, and lots of peace. Why is it so important for you to send these messages through your music?
I think that, without peace, we can't enjoy love. Without love, we can't really understand the value and the significance of peace. And without either one of them, we can't live. I'm excited about the things the possibilities that we can see in the lifetime ahead. We have an African American president, but the issue is not just that he's African American. The issue is that he's one of the greatest presidents that we've ever had in this country. And I don't say that because he's African American. I say that because he has a spirit of wanting to see a United States, a united people. Sometimes I wish that we had a party called the United Party, where everyone really work together in unity. That's what we really have to have. People coming together.
So let's talk about the family. You have a large family. You have 7 kids. Mm-hmm. And I think it's so cool that your daughter sings backup for you. Aisha, how are you as a father? Let's hear about Stevie, the father.
I used to beat my kids. When they were little, didn't do what I say, they would run around the room and I would catch them and beat them. No.
But what are the ages range from?
Well, Aisha's the oldest, and my little boy is like 7.
Do you spend a lot of family time?
I try to spend as much as I can. It's easier now because I'm not always on the road, but there are times when I do go on the road. And we just try to spend quality time, if not always quantity time. And that's kind of how you have to do when you're performing on the road and you're traveling. But you know, my daughter has a son, so I'm a pop-pop.
What was that?
Pop-pop. They call me pop-pop. Miles is my grandson. And my son, Keita, has a son and daughter. And my son, Mumtaz, has 4 daughters. And so, you know, the family's growing. My brother Milton just had a son.
Nice.
And he's the oldest. And so, you know, the family, so more and more children. That's what I say.
Did you sprinkle some of your talent off to them, musical talent? You have
To my kids, yeah.
Yeah.
Aisha sings, my sons come over and play drums. And I think, you know, the younger ones, my Kylan, man, they sing a little bit. Mumtaz sings. And so we have, the children do love music. All of them do that.
So when's the Wonder family track coming out?
I don't know. We used to still work on that. I have to, go in the studio and use a little auto-tune. And, I don't know.
What is your key to success?
My key to success?
Yes.
I think my key to success is really, I don't know what the key is. I just know that I love what I do. I'm very thankful that I was able to have a job doing the very thing that I love. And my expectation of myself is giving the best that I can for as long as I do it, and in whatever that endeavor might be. I'd like to say that for me, Stevie Wonder is a blessing to become Stevie Wonder, but I believe that God has even more for me to do than just this. So I'm ready for God's orders.
Well, we are waiting and anticipating. Thank you so much for your time today, Stevie.
My pleasure.
It was definitely a pleasure.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we have for today. Tune in for more editions of Celebrity Profile Entertainment. Until next time.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Celebrity Radio. It's Alex Belfield talking to some of the world's biggest stars and some of my favourite people. And we've got a lady for you today who's an innovator. She changed the world of music, fashion, the way that ladies were regarded. She even changed the world of music. Mary Wilson is one of 3 of the original Supremes, and she's coming to the UK in October. She'll be appearing Saturday 3rd in London, 4th in Birmingham, and the 6th in Manchester. And she joins us live on the phone now from Las Vegas. Mary, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm lovely.
You are delicious, if you don't mind me saying. I love you.
Well, thank you so much. It's wonderful to, I love England. I love London. I can't wait to get there. I'm very excited, and I hope everyone is going to come out and see us too. This is a great time working with Miss Dionne Warwick and Roberta Flack. I mean, that's like heavy.
Yeah, the show's called Legends, and it truly is. And you're one of them. I guess there's no greater compliment than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I guess I'll be doing, a lot of those Supreme songs. Our first #1 record over there was Baby Love in, 1964, was it, I think?
Yeah, it was. I know you've said in the past that one of the greatest career moments for you was performing for the Royal Variety at the Command Performance. I mean, you love England, don't you?
I do. My children went to school there for a while when they were quite young, a long time ago.
Here's my dopiest question of the day. What's it like being you? Because your mind, you could start a conference. You've met so many people and achieved such greatness. It must be fun being you, Mary Wilson.
It is fun, and yet still I'm very normal. I'm one of those normal people. My daughter says, "Mom, you're not normal." I'm like, I am. But it's very exciting, because I've had it's like a Cinderella life. I've done so many great things, and yet still I just do normal things. I'm with my grandchildren. I have 8 of those, and that's so fun. But yeah, done a lot of good things. So it's good being me. It's very exhausting. Have you gone on my website? It's very exhausting.
Yeah.
In fact, I just flew back from Atlantic City. I was there at doing one of the casinos there. It was so fun, so fun.
We're calling you today in Las Vegas. Do you still play Las Vegas?
Well, I do. I'll be there in January, I think, doing a show at there at the Sun Coast. So I work there quite a bit, yes.
I guess for me, it's the greatest and last epitome of live entertainment. It's the place that sums up show business, and it's become cool again. People like Celine and Rod and Elton have made it a place to live, not to go and die, isn't it?
That's funny. Yeah. It still is one of the greatest places to perform. It's still very exciting, and it's not the old Vegas that it used to be, but it still is fun.
Let's go back to the beginning and talk about you as a child. I guess you were born with that voice. You can't be taught it, because the one word that sums you up is soul. You can't be taught soul, can you?
Well, I don't know. I guess, there are a lot of people making soulful records these days, but it was something that definitely born with. I remember the first time I ever did something really big was I was in the kindergarten, and I was put into a little glee club, and I guess I've been singing ever since then.
It's interesting when we look at your background. It wasn't one of privilege. It was one of somewhat poverty, but great love, and I think that's molded you into the person you are today.
Yeah, I have a great family life. And, we were poor. My mom couldn't read nor write, but the thing about it was I didn't know we were poor. I was always very happy. It was one of those things where even though you're born poor, love is very important, and I had a lot of that.
I've been going to Detroit for 30 years. I've got family in St. Clair Shores and around Roseville and those areas. It gets a bad rap, Detroit, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, and it's not. It certainly is not the town, the city that we knew, back in the '60s. They're trying to come back. Detroit is definitely trying to come back, and I'm very proud of that. We'll be working there next year doing a symphony with the Detroit Symphony, and that's going to be a wonderful thing for Detroit as well. So yeah, they're trying to bring it back, and I'm part of that.
What is it like for you returning home to Detroit? Is it one of great memories? Let's face it, I think Detroit's greatest legacy will be Motown, won't it?
Well, you know, you have the Cars and Motown, obviously. But then, no, there's some other things. You know, Joe Louis was from there. Lots of great people are from Detroit. In fact, a friend of mine did a photography book, Coffee Table, and I was amazed at how many wonderful, great people have actually come from Detroit. It's, but Motown is definitely one of its biggest exponents.
The passion for this music lives on, and as we can see, there's no sign that Motown is flagging. It's going to be up there with classical music. There's no sign of it ever dying, is there?
Yeah, it's definitely what, you know, we call standard music, American Great Songbook, you know, but Motown is definitely a standard kind of thing, that phenomena that has happened to the world, and yeah, it'll be up there for a long time. I mean, I was in the airport yesterday, and I heard Baby Love, you know, so I wanted to run through the airport and say, that's me, and I'm like, oh no, I better not do that.
Let's have a quiz. The greatest Motown song ever for me, probably Stop in the Name of Love or Baby Love. Do you agree?
What's going on?
Really? Wow.
Marvin Gaye.
Yeah, Marvin.
Yeah, but yeah, you know, but you can say many of the Motown songs were the greatest songs, you know.
Yeah, they're all so listenable, and for a guy on the radio, there's no better style of music to play. I think it's because of the rhythm, isn't it? How did they handpick such great talent? Was it down to Barry and his genius?
No. I mean, I think that what was great about Motown is that Barry had the eye and the ear for all of that stuff. But people migrated to Motown because, you know, they heard about it. Someone said, man, you should come down to Motown. So it's like word of mouth thing. People were not really handpicked. But once you got there, you know, you were given such great, like we had a class there, called Artist Development, where they would teach us how to, you know, to act and things of that nature. We had a part there where people would tell us how to sing. Mr. Maurice King was a great band leader, and he was the one who really had a lot to do with the music in terms of helping us with harmonies and things of that nature. Charlie Atkins was a great choreographer, so he would teach us all of our great moves. You mentioned Stop in the Name of Love and that one hand motion that we did.
Yeah.
You know, so Charlie Atkins. So we had a lot of things other than music there at Motown that made it a great a company.
And of course, for you girls, the costumes and the sexiness and the allure was a big part of it. For guys, I mean, you got many of us through puberty, let's be honest.
Oh, really? I don't know if I could talk on that subject.
No, let's move on. I interviewed Frank Sinatra Jr. once, and I asked him if his father was a nice guy, and I got an interesting answer. I'm going to ask you the same question about Berry Gordy. Was he a nice guy or just a bit of an asshole when it came to business?
Well, you know, Barry is one of those people who can be very stern, but he's also the kind of person that would hang out with all the male musicians and singers, and they'd be gambling sometimes, or they'd go out and play golf together. He loved to go out to see different shows. Now he is a wonderful guy, but he is a businessman, and as I said, a very stern kind of person when needed to be. So he was all of that. He was all of that. But I found him very fascinating. He and I used to have a couple run-ins every now and then because I had my own opinion of things, and he has his own opinion. In his mind, his opinion is more important. But a very likable person. I mean, very, very likable.
You can see Mary Wilson of the Supremes. She's going to be on Legends Live. You can get tickets at legendslive.org, appearing in London, Birmingham and Manchester the 3rd, 4th and 6th of October. So when we look at the music and the legacy, I guess for you, it doesn't get any bigger than the Supremes. Was there ever a jealousy with Diana? Because there's always got to be one standout star. And although you're a name in your own right, people have made a lot of that over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, and you know, it is something I have to say that the three of us were very close, and possibly sisters, really sister-like, that kind of relationship. However, once you get into this business, and especially show business, things do change. But I would never ever say there was jealousy between us. Never, ever, ever. But there were other things that would happen, in terms of the business situations and things you wanted to do, things you did not want to do, and as it grows and grows, it becomes more important that you had to do. You got to wake up early, you got to do interviews, you got to wear this, you got to wear that. So that became moments when it was a little difficult to just do what you wanted to do. Maybe some, not arguments, but disagreements, but never, ever was there jealousy. No.
Have you managed to maintain a friendship with Diana?
I wouldn't say the kind of friendship I would like, but we definitely still talk. But it's not like it used to be. We're not calling each other every day. Yeah. Because listen, we started singing together when we were like 13 years old. Yep. So we went through those times when we would call each other when we had new boyfriends and new dress and new this and all those kind of things. But hey, 70 years old now, so our lives are different.
What an incredible life. When you watch those videos in black and white of those original performances, is it like watching one of your grandkids? Can you even recognize that person?
I don't really watch it. There was a compilation of Ed Sullivan TV shows that was put out recently, and I watched that with like one of my grandchildren, and she said to me, she said, "Grandma, what happened to the color?"
So, I mean, it must be very strange when you see yourself, because, I mean, it was 60 years ago, some of those videos.
Well, it doesn't, because I still feel the same. I still feel like I'm 16 years old.
Wow.
And like I say, I really don't sit around listening to myself a lot. I really, really don't.
Well, you should, because you're amazing.
Well, you know what? I'm still having fun.
Yeah.
I'm still having fun, and coming to England is really going to be another highlight of my life. So if you can look forward to your life with still happiness and fun, you don't have to sit back and look back all the time to your old self. You know what I mean? You're still having fun now.
Well, and the great thing is your music's still relevant, and I think when you look out at these huge arenas, you do know how big these venues are, don't you?
I know, and I don't play a lot of big venues. I do a lot of jazz clubs and things of that nature, so that's why this is still going to be a really big, exciting moment for me to do Wembley. How many people can say they're doing that? The more people, the merrier. So I can put that on my resume too.
Well, and I think the demographic of people will be very interesting, because kids love Motown as much as people who heard it the first time around. It's ongoing, this music. I think it's going to be really interesting to see the crowd.
I cannot wait. I'm excited.
When do you leave and when do you start rehearsals?
Well, I'm working in Branson, Missouri a week before that, so I'm going to fly directly from there. And so I leave actually on the 1st.
Wow.
I won't finish Branson until just before I fly out to London.
Mary, what's it like waking up in the morning and you've got a little cough or a croak and you might not sound like Mary Wilson?
Well, it sounds pretty much like right now because it's only 8 o'clock here. But I have to start working on my voice. Hot water, lemon, honey, and tea, green tea, and all that kind of stuff and vocalize. I have to do a lot of vocalesis. And it can be quite scary.
I guess so, especially when you stood next to someone like Jagger or Ringo Starr or Harrison. You did all these people over your career. Who was the one who you pinched yourself the most and thought, I can't believe I'm on stage with this guy or lady?
Well, Tom Jones has always been one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But we work with a lot of people. In fact, Lena Horne, Nancy Wilson. I just spoke with Nancy Wilson the other day. Many of them. Pearl Bailey. There was just Sammy Davis Jr., just wonderful. Most of my friends are entertainers, so what can I say? They all were great.
Did you get to work with Sinatra?
Yes.
Wow.
Only once, but I met him on many occasions, especially there in Vegas.
Was it intimidating or was it thrilling?
It was thrilling because, at the time he was the man, on top of the world. So, it was very wonderful. You're meeting people like Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis, Lena Horne. They were, when I was growing up, they were the major stars. So, yes, it was very thrilling.
There seems something depressing to me today about show business. It somehow doesn't seem as credible as it did in your day. What's your take on the pop stars, particularly female pop stars, who seem to think that getting your boobs out is more important than having a great voice?
Well, it's a different generation. And I think our generation and the generation before us, before the 60s, were very professional people. So show business had a different, it just felt different. Now I believe it's more about the money and about, the showy kind of thing. But yet still they're making more money than any of us ever made in our lives, and we were making big money back then.
Yeah.
So it is all about what you just mentioned, and I guess that's, it's the younger generation. They have a new mindset. So I guess for them it's great. For us, it's not as exciting. We've been there, done that. Hey, I was seeing some of the gowns and things they were wearing. I'm like, we did that in the 60s. Some of the things they're doing now, we did that way back when. We opened many doors for what they're doing today. So, I look at them and I'm proud that they're able to carry on, but I'm glad that I came along when I came along.
What would be your advice to any of the girls starting out today? Is it great management? What is the way to succeed and have longevity like you have?
I'm thinking of starting a school like we had at Motown to give good answers to people who are out there, because I do believe that once they get a little older, they start having children, they'll cover up a little bit more, perhaps. They won't be as kind of whatever they're being, because you do have to. I think we have a lot to show to our children, how to grow up. And when you're in front of the world showing all your assets, I think it's a little demeaning. So, I would probably say just think about your children and the children that are looking at you and what you want them to carry on exactly like you. So, it's okay to be young, and I think to be young, I did some crazy things. It's okay, because that's the time when you do those things. Mm-hmm. But you can't give it all. Don't give it all. So, that's my little advice.
If you were to chart the top 3 things that happened in your career, or moments or places that you performed, what would they be?
Well, you know what? I'm not just saying it because I'm talking to you, but going to London, England, was one of the most exciting things I had ever done in my life. Still remains very, very high on my chart. But of course, having the first #1 record back in 1964 was definitely one of the first, because at that time, as black people in America, we weren't looked upon as being very much. And when we got that #1 record, we became international stars, around the world. That was probably one of the first as well. But then having my children is the miracle of my life. I just adore having children. I have 3 beautiful children and 8 grandchildren. And I still think that is one of the miracles of life, and just love it.
And they'll be there forever, and whether the business comes and goes for you, it's stayed. Family's everything, isn't it? Because at the times when you're at your lowest, the family need to be there to save you.
Yeah, the family has always been very important to me. I just love that. And then the career is now 50-some years. It's a phenomenon. I can't believe I was one of these Supremes, and now I am Mary Wilson. That is really a miracle.
Yeah. And you're still at it, and you're still sounding as good. How is the voice?
Well, the voice is still good. In fact, I think it's probably better than ever.
Wow.
And we'll let the audiences in London and Birmingham and Manchester decide. We'll see what the reviews are like.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be there and come and see you in Birmingham. I cannot wait. I suppose for you, standing on a stage is really the most thrilling part of your life. Was that the bit you look forward to, or was it the studio?
No, on stage. I love being on stage. But see, the studio is another thing, too, because that's where you hone your talents. You know, that's like going to school when you're in the studio. But being in front of the audience is where the thrill. I mean, you wait for those moments. I mean, I don't care how hard this career can be or show business can be. Once you're on that stage, all of that melts away.
Yeah.
And you are in heaven. I mean, that's, to me, heaven is definitely on stage.
Can I make you nervous now? I mean, you came over here and did Paul O'Grady and Graham Norton a couple of years back. I know back in the day Johnny Carson was bigger than them all, Ed Sullivan, people like that. What were the moments where you thought, oh my God, I've got to really put it out here and do a good job?
Well, you know, we did the London, what is the name of that? Oh, I can't.
The Raw Variety.
Well, that was definitely one of the greatest ones. But Talk of the Town.
Oh yes, yeah.
That was for us very exciting because you see everybody who was a star and it was there. I mean, we had people, you know, like Paul McCartney came there, Sharon Tate, Michael. His face, I can't think of it. Everybody was there, and so that was quite. It was really big because it was live, and all these people came backstage, and they were, you know, talking to us. It was wonderful. That was one of my proudest moments, other than the royal performance at the Palladium. Yes.
And for you musically, how difficult is it to recreate these numbers? Are they testing when we look at Baby Love or Where Did Our Love Go or Nathan Jones?
Yeah, you know, as Diane sang all the leads on the songs, they're definitely. I'm like second generation singing them, you know, so it's not just like the records because of that. But I am authentic since I was, you know, one of the Supremes to sing them. So it's nothing, it would be, if you heard Diane singing them, it would be like perfect. With me, it was second to being perfect, and it still is quite good.
You're very humble, and you shouldn't be, because you've had an extraordinary life and a remarkable career. I wonder for you, the one song that if you had to sing a final song as you walk up to the gates of St. Peter, what would it be?
No complaints, no regrets.
Ah.
I still believe in chasing dreams.
Beautiful.
And placing bets. Here's to Life is one of my most favorite songs. But, of course, you were talking about a Supreme song. Okay.
No, I'm happy for that. That sounds good enough to me. Do you know, I have such great admiration for you, people who can just do it. You could stand in a room with no microphone and thrill an audience, and that, to me, is the true test of a star. And
well, that's nice. Thank you.
I mean it, and I can't wait to see you. The Legends Live is the tour coming to the UK 3rd of October at London, the Sunday the 4th in Birmingham at the Barclaycard Arena, and Manchester Arena on Tuesday the 6th. You can get tickets by going to legendslive.org, and you've got a website as well where people can find out about you. Put in Mary Wilson into Google and it'll come up. I want to thank you for the music and the memories, because you've been on my radio show almost every day for my entire career, and for that I love you very much. I can't wait to see you, Mary. Thank you so much for your time.
Come back and say hi.
I will do.
Okay.
Lots of love.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Billy T, and it's time for a little history from Black in the Day. Today we're going to look at Tammy Terrell. Born Thomasina Winifred Montgomery, April 29th, 1945, in Philadelphia, PA. Now, many great voices have come out of Philly, but none quite like Tammy Terrell. As a teenager, she recorded for a local record label until she met James Brown. She signed a record deal with him and hit the road with the James Brown Review. They began a relationship that became abusive. She was 17 years old. When she left Brown, she went to college for 2 years. And in 1965, she signed with Motown Records. And that's when the magic began. Her hits with Marvin Gaye are legendary. With songwriters Ashford and Simpson behind them, they couldn't be stopped. With songs like Ain't No Mountain High Enough, Your Precious Love, If This World Were Mine.
With wealth untold, you could have anything.
And then, tragedy. In 1967, Tammy was diagnosed with a malignant tumor on the right side of her brain. By early 1970, she was confined to a wheelchair, suffered from blindness and hair loss, and on January 25th, 1970, she went into a coma. Tammy Terrell died on March 16th, 1 month shy of her 25th birthday. Tammy Terrell, she lived such a short life, but left behind such beautiful music. I'm Billy T, and this has been a little bit of musical history from Black in the Day.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far.
Don't worry, baby.
Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry.
Woman I Am. She is the often imitated but never duplicated Shaka Khan. Welcome to the show. Was that a glowing enough introduction?
You're brilliant, really.
You couldn't have written a better one yourself.
No,
huh?
I couldn't have, no.
But you know what? It's so heartfelt. I am such a big fan of yours.
Thank you.
That this is very exciting for me.
Thank
and
you.
I want to say congratulations on the new album.
Thank you.
It's out in the stores
Right.
now. And I understand that this is kind of a new thing for you because you, for the first time, are, drumroll, executive producer.
Right.
Is that kind of scary?
Well, it was a little scary at first, but I got it together. Everything worked out fine. It was just that, since it was the first time for me, I didn't have a particular game plan or anything, so I had to really work that out.
So other than that, how is it different, though? I mean, you say, okay, well, I'm working on this new album, and I'm going to call all the shots. Is that basically what it means? You really call all the shots?
Yeah,
on everything?
I did, yes. Sometimes I was doing an interview not long ago, and someone said, well, you know, when you see executive producer on an album, you never can be sure whether they really did the work or not. But in this case, the work was really done by myself. I did, like, pick the songs, for the most part, pick the producers and the whole bit. And co-wrote 5 of the songs on the album.
Ooh, but that's not the first time you ever co-wrote anything or wrote
No,
anything. Yeah,
and,
so.
you know, I've also done, you know, vocal production before, but not like this, you understand. I will always produce my own vocals. I've always done it in every instance that I've ever recorded under.
Now, I'm going to hate to, you know, admit my ignorance here, but when you say vocal production,
that means
what do you mean?
picking your own vocal parts, singing them, executing them your way, without the help or instruction of anybody.
Somebody else would say, okay,
producer.
Shaka, do it this way. I want you to hit this note with this.
Well, often when you hire a producer to oversee your project, this would be his responsibility to make sure that you sing it this way or that way or whatever. But I've never had that kind of direction. I've never taken good direction in that way.
All right, so you determine exactly how you're going to sound on every song.
Right.
So why did you decide to do this? I mean, did you just get sick and tired of being told how you should do things and you just wanted to control it?
Yeah, basically that's part of the reason. And no one really told me how to do or what to do or anything like that. It's just that I just felt that there was a need for me to take part, you know, in my life, you know, to this degree and in this way.
Oh,
this
boy.
time.
But what a great career. You know, I'm talking about you going the one, the only, the incomparable.
Yes, I've
often
heard it.
imitated, never duplicated. Does that make you feel uncomfortable, or do you think, yeah, that's right?
Well, sometimes I think, yes.
yeah,
There's some truth to it, but, you know, it's this build-up you gave me is like, it's very nice. I appreciate it, you know, but I just don't see myself this way, no.
Oh, if I could sing, I'd see myself that way. I'd say, oh, I am bad and I know it.
Well, that's the difference between you and me, I guess. I just
but don't you know, if you were good, you've been getting all this recognition for all these years, don't you kind of feel you deserve all the props?
Well, look, to me, I'm not anywhere near what I want to be, you see.
Really?
No. I'm still not singing the things I hear in my head, you see. I'm just making attempts, feeble ones at that. So it's a personal thing, you know, with me, how I view myself. And I don't, and I think the best way to kind of, you know, keep tabs on your progress as an individual personally is to just really not to adhere and not to get caught up in what people say and how people view you. You really have to keep a personal aspect going to that, you know, so that you can do the right thing.
Okay. so you're still striving for some personal goals that
some
you have
kind of
set.
perfection, yeah, that'll probably unattainable, but you know, it won't stop me from trying. Nonetheless, you know, I will still keep trying.
Yeah. Does that in any way, shape, or form depress you at all?